I've got 3 different resolutions on minutes.
Right here for you.
Okay. Okay. So we have 3 sets of minutes we need to adopt. First is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adopt the minutes of the special and closed session meetings of Council held August 24th, 2020 as circulated. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move, sorry.
Okay. This is seconded by Councillor Cole.
I'll second that.
Thanks. All in favor? Okay, and we move on to a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adopt the minutes of the regular and closed session meetings of Council held on August 24th, 2020, as circulated. Could I have a motion from Councillor Osborne?
So moved.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Fellner.
Seconded.
All in favor? Thank you. And the third, that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adopt the minutes of the special and closed session meetings of Council held August 25th, 2020, as circulated. Could I have a motion again from Councillor Moffat, because we can't use Dale or
I
Terry.
so move.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Cole.
I'll second that.
All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you. And I have a motion that Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the accounts in the amount of $832,240.76. Could I have a motion from Councillor Osborne?
So moved.
And seconded by Councillor Fellner.
Seconded.
Favor? Thank you. And this is the next one for Terry. That the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the account in the amount of $9,376.77. Could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Moffat.
I'll second that.
And all in favor? Thank you. And Councillor Fellner can come back.
Now, first delegation,
First delegation is Brian McCullough.
there's a phone number here, no name, which must be him, so we'll let them in and see.
Okay, as you let him in.
Hello, Mr. McCullough?
Brian? Could I ask
Hello?
who's on the telephone?
Hello? Yeah, Brian's here.
Okay, Brian. You are live. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't log in through video. It wouldn't accept my email and password for some reason. So, and then I got locked out of my account because I tried too many different things. So,
Okay.
can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you. And
It's a little awkward. I like seeing people, but sure, here we go.
okay.
Okay, so I assume you all have the package that we sent. We are looking at placing 2 towers in the Seguin area, both on municipal properties. One property is 125 Rankin Lake Road, and the other one is on Christie Road just outside of Humphrey. What we're looking for is to sign a lease agreement with the township to place these towers on that property, and in the lease agreement the terms are set out. I believe in one of them it's in lieu of lease payments, we're going to give you some free services, places to be named later. So you've got the diagrams there where we have the tower. You have the diagram of what we actually put a little pad mount and we place a outdoor cabinet, and that's what our outdoor cabinets look like, and the equipment that goes in there to service the people. So I guess I open it to questions. Is that where I go from here? Never done one of these.
I think you are familiar with the correspondence that was going back and forth over the weekend.
Correct.
About the Rankin Lake Road property and the visual impact. And you might give a little bit of background. I know that 12 tower locations were considered. I have some very detailed drawings here, but council hasn't been able to receive them. They're not on 8 now.
Okay.
They're not on.
Okay, happy to speak to it. So when we went out to look, we looked at, roughly there's 5 locations we looked at in the Otter Lake area. So when we start to look at any kind of tower, we need maximum height we can get. So in this first hop, we have to see back to the Smart Tower in Perry Sound. So we looked for height above sea level. And when we did this, the Rankin Lake Road area was kind of what we looked at as the best site. So Ferris Road area. We did find a spot we liked at 51 Ferris Road, so there's a private landowner there. We couldn't come to an agreement with the landowner. They were just what we feel is being unreasonable as far as what they wanted for monthly costs. They wanted us to build power to a building that would have cost us thousands and thousands of dollars. It didn't make sense. So after we looked at these sites, at every site what we do is we actually do a line of sight test from the Smart Tower to we're about 185 feet up to 190 foot tower as a link between the two. So we have to get over trees. There's an azimuth in that signal, so we need the most tree cover we can. And it did come out that the 125 Rankin Lake Road was our best option based on height, based on the number of people we can serve, the fact that it's municipal land is easier to deal with municipalities and private ownership a lot of the times. So that was our determination at that location. And then from there to get to Humphrey, because the Rankin Lake Road site would be the hop to the next one, we need to be able to see that tower from the first tower. So at that point, it made sense from Rankin Lake Road to go to Christie Bay Road. We looked at what if we had it at a different location in the Otter Lake area, and not all the locations we looked at would actually be able to see the best location of a tower in Christie, where we're suggesting on Christie Bay Road. So it's a game of knowing we had to do 2 hops. Where does the first tower go that can maximize the number of people, be at the proper height that we're looking for, but also be able to then take the next hop and say, where's the best spot for that tower based on height, number of people, and those towers have to all look at each other. So that was our determination on the Rankin Lake Road. And when you talk about visibility of a tower, that's a common thing that people don't want to see a tower. We had the same thing in Carling, and when you actually, it's the same height tower. Theirs is actually a guide tower. This wouldn't be a guide tower, so you wouldn't have the additional guys coming off the tower for visibility. You really don't see it even from the road just leading up to the tower. It is only 190 feet. Yes, it is above the tree line, has to be. The Hydro 1 tower that we're talking about, I believe, is 295 feet. So it's another 100 feet higher than the tower we'd be putting up, as well as closer to the water, so that visibility would be there. And there is some tree cover from where we plan to put that tower to the waterfront, which is less really tree cover than the Hydro 1 tower has. And I assume that's the one that's in question, that people see that and they don't like it. So it is a game. We looked at other locations. I guess it was a concern or a question, could we put it in the industrial park area? But when you look at the industrial park area, the height on that one, I think, is almost 80 feet lower than Rankin Lake Road. Again, we need that height to make it all work. Does that explain it fairly well, or am I missing something you'd like me to speak
Yeah,
to?
we have some questions from councillors, so I'll ask Councillor Moffat to begin.
So Brian, thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor. And I guess I would, as I've stated in my email, I am 100% against this project being on Rankin Lake Road at Foley Matheson Park. If you have toured the area, Brian, you will see that Little Otter Lake is surrounded by railway tracks on both sides. You will see that it is surrounded by Hydro One towers and transmission lines. Hydro One tower with regards to communications. It has a transformer station. There's a step-down station and Henry Inlet transmission lines. There's also a battery storage facility. For this council to make a decision to put another piece of infrastructure on Little Otter Lake, you might as well bury the lake in steel. It is extremely offensive. I'm looking at a contour map in front of me that is produced by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and I look across here and I see that the Foley Matheson, or sorry, the Foley Fairgrounds is relatively the same. I've got a 248.5 meters above sea level. I see where I'm sitting now is around 249 meters. And across the way on Highway 400 on Badger Road, it is 258 meters above sea level. So the information that you have is certainly different than what I have been given from the Ministry of Natural Resources with respect to our contours. As you mentioned,
Okay.
please
Sorry.
let me finish, Brian, and
Yep,
you can
yep,
address.
sorry, I thought you were.
No, I have many comments here. The Hydro One tower, as you've noted, is actually 320 feet based on an aviation map. And if I look at the staff report that we just produced for the Bell Canada, one of the things that is emphasized in that is co-location. So again, why not try to co-locate the equipment on Hydro One? And I recognize that that is not an easy thing to do, but I understand that both Bell and Rogers may have equipment on that tower. So there is an opportunity, okay? The Bell consultation process that we started with when they started their towers, started in the spring. They had a 30-day consultation period. It lasted, pushed out to 45 days. We're about 3 months or so past this, that we've actually had Bell coming back. We are trying to push this down within, a week. I look at the schedule that you have. You're starting to cut on September 11th. Based on the information on the schedule that we have in the balance of our package, which is mere days away. This is a Foley Matheson Park. This land was donated to the township as parkland. We've already had it clear-cutted with regards to the Henby Inlet, step-down station and transmission line, and now we're asking our residents to remove more trees from it. The Carling Tower, I understand based on information that I have yesterday, is not up and running because they're still waiting for Hydro One to connect it. So I'm struggling to understand why we are jumping through hoops to try to, instead of following due process with regards to this, to move it, instead of making mistakes along the way, why don't we step back, look at, I think, follow the process, get public consultation before we sign any lease agreement, before we move this forward. Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with.
There's a lot in my comments, Brian, but like I said, to put another tower on Little Otter Lake, regardless of what it looks like from the lake, regardless of what it looks like from the road, that is not the issue. That is, when you boat across Little Otter Lake, all you see is infrastructure and steel.
Okay, so I'll start with the Hydro One tower and, getting on the Hydro One tower. I am on a couple Hydro One towers. They're extremely expensive to be on, if they let me on. And here's an idea, is every antenna I put on there is $850 a month. So if I need 4 or 5 antennas to make this work, I'm at $4,000 a month just in cost of Hydro One. If I have to go to that tower, I have to pay for a Hydro One employee for the whole day. So we avoid Hydro One towers because of cost. So I don't think that makes it a viable project to be on a Hydro One tower. Just, you know, great, we can work together, but Hydro One's very expensive to work together with. The Foley work yard that you mentioned, I'm looking at a line of sight shot from the Smart Tower, and it shows it will not work because of trees. I'm not the engineer. They look at it, and what I've been given is it won't work. So that would have to be out. Next, as far as Carling Tower is up and running, we do have customers off that tower now. So your information, yes, as of a couple weeks ago it wasn't, but it is working now, and we have customers up, service tested, and we're delivering what we said we'd deliver. So that's working now. In the public consultation, the only time we go, or we have to go when we, sorry, let me start that again. When we do go for public consultation, we have to give the exact site of the tower before we do public consultation on a tower site. So we would come to you as we're doing here, and if we get a lease agreement, then we have the site. Then we post in the paper that this is the site the tower's going, we have a public consultation. Doesn't mean that's where it goes. Again, that's a decision at council that you would make based on, obviously it sounds like we'll have complaints through the public consultation. We would address those to the people as well as yourself. It would come back to you as council to make that decision. From what we know is the government always looks to the local municipalities first for a decision on if a tower goes there or not before they step in. They'd say fine, but if you override that, then they take your decision. So we can't really have a public consultation on, we'd like to put a tower here if that's not where we're going if we put it there. Does that clear? That we have to decide on the, so at the end of this, if it's the council's will, after our discussion tonight is, we don't like that site, we can certainly look for another site, work with maybe you as a councillor in that area, along with Chris and Dan, and come up with a site that will work. Or we select that site if you guys agree to our lease. So again, that's at council, and that's your decision.
Can I just ask a question, Brian, at Dan?
Yep.
Assume the site is approved tonight, then public consultation begins, and is open for 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, once we can get it to the paper and it gets in the paper, that's when the 30 days start. So we could send it tomorrow to the paper, but they don't get it in, say, till next Wednesday or whatever day it comes out, more than likely, that's when the 30 days would start. Now, public consultation isn't really a vote or, hey, I don't want it, oh, somebody complained, we're not doing it. Again, that comes back to council. So we can go through that consultation, it could be, okay, there's just too many complaints, we don't want it, can we change the site? You can say, you know, we've heard your concerns, we think BNet has addressed those concerns. That's what happened in Carling. They had one homeowner that had a concern. We addressed all the concerns that she was looking for. Still didn't like it, but council said, no, we need this, we're gonna put the tower here. So again, it comes back to you again for a decision.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne, you have a question? I think you're still muted, Councillor Osborne.
Okay, sorry. You're a little muted because on your screen you're muted. I think you're coming through on a speakerphone.
We always do.
Yes, I am. Unfortunately, I couldn't log in for some reason.
No, the mayor. No, the mayor is.
Oh,
Like,
sorry.
We are using the
I
same
can't
system
hear you
as
well, Mayor.
the meetings.
Well, you're way fainter than Daryl and the other gentleman. Anyway, this rental agreement.
Yes.
It sounds like no rent. You mentioned you tried to acquire a site near Ferris Road with a private landowner, and you mentioned they were hardballing you. Like, what does an organization of your status typically pay for a site rental? We charge Rogers and we charge Bell when they're on our property elsewhere. Why wouldn't we charge VNet?
Well, part of it was we were gonna give you free services to locations that you would be naming later.
Well,
We're not
that was-
opposed to rent if you come back and it's a reasonable rent. The difference, and again, there's a difference between cellular and fixed wireless as far as potential revenue. On a cellular, everybody has a cell phone. Their data rates are very high. They make a lot of money off them. Where a fixed wireless service, you only have a certain number of people that you can service. So
are you
again-
not providing cellular service, Steve?
no, this is not a cellular service. This is a fixed wireless service.
Same with Humphrey?
It's different. So on a cellular service, you get your cell phone, you get data,
Yes.
but you also have data caps that can be very expensive
No, I understand
above
that.
what you have.
I wasn't of the understanding you were doing both cellular and data. What about the Humphrey site? Same thing? Internet
Yes,
only?
it's not cellular, it's fixed wireless. Yes,
Well,
two different technologies.
Because we have no cellular service in downtown Humphrey, at the town office. There's no service. It drops calls.
Well, we don't do a cell service. We're not a service
Then what
provider.
do we- So why would we
This
do
is for
half the,
internet. So we were asked for internet.
I realize that, but why would we do half the job? The Bell fellow is.
Well, that's not my question to answer.
Well,
Yeah.
my question to
they
council
were-
is,
Whole
we-
RFP was to do broadband service.
first of all, there wasn't, okay, I need to correct the record. Right
and
now.
To do cellular.
I need to correct the record, Mayor. There was no RFP.
Well, it was sent to you again this afternoon.
I got it on hard copy. It's an expression, it was an expression of interest. It was not, I repeat, not an RFP. And I have that in writing from you and Liz. So that's misleading, to say the least. Now, let me finish the rest of my questions. So we talked about rent. You said that, Mr. Brian, that the free rental or free internet would be provided, a list at a later date. It states in here Foley office and the Matheson Park. Is it says right under
Oh,
rent.
okay. Yeah, I think an earlier one just said later, stated later. So yes, Matheson Beach and Foley Community Center, correct.
Yeah, okay. So this project at the outset was called shovel ready. To me, shovel ready is when you're ready to bring in the excavators and pour the concrete necessary, et cetera, and actually begin the work. We don't even have sites here. How can this be shovel ready when you don't know where the towers are going?
So let's go back to the beginning. This term shovel ready came from the government. It came out from both the federal and provincial government is, do you have any shovel ready projects? So this is as shovel ready as you can get. You have to go through the processes. So we can call it a future project. Again, the term shovel ready came from the government and was just used as we were going through with CenGen, because that's how CenGen put it out there. So when we put these off to CenGen, they called it shovel ready. So that's just a term that was given to it.
This was
But any project has to go through the proper procedures as we're doing now.
I realize that. So this shovel ready project was a response to an expression of interest. So
Correct.
The 30-day consultation period, I don't know if it was Bell's decision on their sites or ours to, because of COVID, extended to 45. You're feeling that we're not going to go 45, just 30-day consultation period?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Fellner, you have a question?
Yeah, comment, question. My concern with, and even though this isn't my ward, I've already heard about this, by the way. My concern with the entering into a lease agreement at this particular point in time would be that In order for the project to proceed after the public consultation period, township basically has to issue a letter of support, or I forget what exact term was, whether we actually passed a resolution the last time or what have you, that we supported your application to put a tower in this spot, wherever the spot happens to be. I'm just afraid that if we sign a lease agreement at this time, then it basically means that we've already supported your application, and the public process becomes merely a formality. That I'm not really willing to do. I as well did a little bit of research, just looking at surface elevations and understand the sort of the trial that you have here, Brian, because Tower Hill is, is 50 meters lower than Seguin, and Foley's somewhere in the middle, right? So, but there was some sites that I did see in the Foley area that were, 252, over on Brooks Road, so there's some other alternative sites there other than just, perhaps what myself, I just do not like to cite the idea of siting towers, any more towers that are visible from the water, especially if it's a lit, on a lit tower, which I think your tower might have to be lit. It's just there's enough of them, and there seems to be enough high property, in this township that we should be able to site some towers where they're not, source of high pollution. So I think myself at this moment to sign into a lease agreement is premature. I think we need to, go back and make sure that, we had an application that, we dragged the provider through the hoops because we wanted to ensure that this was really the only location that was really going to work, because it was close to the lake and it could be seen from the lake. And, since we are a participant in this project, then I think it behooves us to make sure that we site these towers in the least offensive locations that we can, yet be able to deliver what the project goals are. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you. I just want to point out that the resolution that we have here would firm up the site so that public consultation could begin. And then it says in the resolution, and that council does hereby direct staff to prepare the agreements between the corporation and the Township of Seguin and Vianet for the proposed uses for council consideration. So the actual agreements do not occur until after we have the results of the public consultation. That's in today's resolution. The other thing, a couple things I want to point out, and then I have some other hands up. This tower, we don't know if it'll be lit. It's up to Transport Canada. And the last two applications by Vianet did not require lighting.
Correct.
The other thing is that this doesn't look anything like the Hydro or the Hendley towers. At its top, it's 22 inches in diameter. It's one straight line up. That is a fact, Councillor Moffat. So I think it's important to understand that it is back from the water, significantly further back than the Hydro Tower, and is a single point of land. Councillor Cole, do you have a comment?
Oh, sorry, can I just, sorry.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Brian.
Councillor Cole.
Yeah,
Just
go ahead,
before
Brian.
you start, I want to respond to the last councillor. Was it Osborne?
It was Councillor
Tell me.
that was speaking.
Yeah. sorry, the Foley, you mentioned Foley. I'm looking at Foley now. I'm not the engineer, and I'll definitely take it back to Dan. Unfortunately, he was on holidays and a family commitment. But the concern maybe from Foley might be is the distance from Foley to the second tower over in the Humphrey area. Could be an issue. So again, we have to take both towers and they have to work together and be within a certain distance to make everything work. So again, we're not opposed to looking at other sites if that's the way council directs us today, and work with you if that's the case, or whatever comfort level you guys want. But just when we look at these, we do have to consider that there's two towers that have to work together here, not just the one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. I think we all understand that there is some issue of urgency. Weather's going to be changing soon and all of that stuff. I am sympathetic to Councillor Moffat's position relative to the water view on Little Otter Lake and the number of towers that are at that end of the lake. It's pretty significant. What I would like to recommend is that before we decide on a site, that Brian or his people work with Councillor Moffat to visit. There was two other sites that Councillor Moffat talked about that were higher land points. I think one is the Foley, the ag site at the far end of the Foley Community Center, and the other was Badger Road, I believe. Is that right, Daryl? That were both higher. And I would just recommend that before we make a decision on the site, we view those two sites to see if they would work. That's my point.
Okay. I have no problem with that, but the diagrams that were done by Chris Mahan of RGIS is that Foley it can't work. It's the work yard. It has trees in the way. We have a schematic that we can try and have Chris send to people if they've got big printers. It just simply isn't high enough. The the Foley work yard just doesn't work. But I have no problem with, if Brian is comfortable, his representative here is a man named John, who's been to all 12 of the sites, and makes the recommendation, and then bringing it back to council.
Just one point of clarification, Mayor. My point was not the Foley work yard. It was at the end of the ag property, which is an elevated part of land, quite a distance behind. It's up by the horse paddocks, beyond the horse paddocks.
That's what Chris Mahan looked at, the agricultural land.
Okay, that's my point.
So, Councillor Osborne, you have comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, question, Brian. How long do you expect for your notification from Industry Canada or whatever the agency is for painting and lighting needs? How long do you feel that process will take?
I don't have that answer for you tonight. I can certainly get it because Dan deals with them. I believe he sent them out a week or so ago or 2 weeks ago. We should have them back. I think it's typically a 3 or 4 week process.
He would have sent this out based on the sites you've selected?
Yes. So I'm going to just look. Dan's got them here.
Okay, the reason I have
September 3rd.
September 3rd. Okay, last week.
Correct.
The reason, Brian, I asked the question is I'm told by another ISP that it typically takes 3 to 4 months for approval from Industry Canada to hear back on lighting and painting restrictions. That's a lot different than 3 weeks.
Well, that's not what it took us for our other ones. So, again, let me check with Dan. Unfortunately, he's on holidays, couldn't make it, and I would happy to get you that answer next week, but that's not what we've seen in the past.
I'm getting that from a major national player, okay?
Okay.
on average, 3 to 4 months response.
Well, maybe that's their thing. I'm not sure what to tell you.
Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe you guys get fast tracked somehow.
Maybe.
All right.
Again, I don't know what to say to that.
So I'd just like to say too that we can't at this point enter into a lease agreement on a piece of municipal property that that we're not in agreement to use. What would be the point of signing a lease agreement on a piece of property that is still up in the air? This is way premature to my way of
Yeah,
thinking.
and as the mayor said, the lease would only be signed if that property is then approved.
Well, then,
through
there's no,
the
that's what I'm
process.
saying. There's no need to have, even to pass a motion to sign the lease tonight if we're not actually signing it. That's my point.
Well, we need to pass a motion if they're gonna start public consultation with a date, with an address.
Correct.
Well,
Councillor
that'll
Vincent, your hand
have
up.
to wait.
Councillor Vincent. Oh, you're still muted.
Okay, I'm signed in the
There you
chambers. Can I sign out? Because
No, you're fine.
everybody's
We can hear you
frozen.
now.
You can hear me, but everybody keeps freezing on me and I can't hear you. So I think it's because I'm signed in from downstairs. Can I sign in from this office?
Yes,
Like, can I
and
get out
the
and go back?
The network name is upstairs.
Okay, I'm going to do that if that's okay.
She's got bad
Okay,
internet.
I'll leave and I'll
comment on
sign in
this
at the,
right
okay, thank you.
now? Okay. Councillor Moffat.
Brian, I just want to come back to a couple points here. The point I made about the Carling Tower was that it was not connected to Hydro One. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's incorrect. So there is power to the tower
No,
from Hydro One.
Hydro
It's up
One.
and running as per our project.
Hydro One or generators?
Hydro One.
Okay. I'm willing, if you want to meet tomorrow, Brian or your team, I'm happy to meet tomorrow to talk about it. I have a resident in Ward 1 that is over on Badger Road that is willing to put a tower on their property. So
That land, the land on Badger Road doesn't meet the GIS coordinates that Chris Mahan did. So what I'd like to suggest,
let's leave that to the engineers, Mayor.
yeah, let's
May I finish,
and what
please?
I'd like to suggest,
May I
is that-
finish, please? Thank you. Brian, when I look at, I'm not sure if you have a copy of our council package, but on 58, page 58, it has a map that says Otter Lake Proposed Tower. And it has a blue circle, a green circle, and then basically the outline of the property.
Correct.
When I look at
Yes.
this,
Yeah.
when I look at this, I see only notification going to the people on Rankin Lake Road. The people that need to be notified are all the people on Little Otter Lake, not on,
Okay.
yes, on Rankin Lake Road, but everyone that owns a property on Little Otter Lake, if we are moving forward with this project in this location. Because they are the ones that are looking at this tower. So I don't see that, and I could be wrong, but that's not what I would glean from this page 58 of the council package, is to who is getting notification.
Okay, so those properties notification, those have to be hand delivered by VNet to anybody within a certain distance where the property line is of the tower. The notification for the rest of the people is done through the notification put out to the public through the public newspaper. That's how the ISED has set their regulations for us to do. So ISED, when we go for a tower, says anybody within 3 times the length of the tower or any guy of the tower to their property line, not their home, but their property line. So you see in that green circle, the properties that it touches or goes over, we have to hand deliver to them. It doesn't mean anybody else doesn't get it. They get it through the normal posting of the intent to place a tower in the local paper.
Unfortunately, Brian, as you're well aware, we are in seasonal resident area. Posting it in the local newspaper is not going to reach the people that are impacted. And therefore, that consultation process is not sufficient for notification, in my mind. And I would think that others here would feel the same way.
Okay, so when we go for this, if you have a tower policy in your township, we adhere to that first. So if you have a policy that says you have to reach out to every homeowner within a certain distance, we would follow that. Other than that, we follow what the ISED is. So, again, I'm not sure if you're coming to say, hey, this is now what we want you to do. We don't have a policy on it, but we're saying now at council, this is what we want. We might say, okay, forget it, let's find a different site. Again, I'll have to go back to our guys and get some clarification on that. We're following the ISED rules, Industry Canada.
Again,
I think it was our intent, Daryl, to certainly put it on our website, and we can easily email and mail to tax addresses. That's something we can do as a township.
Brian's saying that's not necessary.
Well, we can.
Through the ISED rules, it's not necessary, but as a township, you can choose to do that.
Absolutely.
Councillor Fellner.
So I think maybe really what we're talking about here is we know that we're going to get significant public objection to this site, right? It's fairly evident we will. So I think what we really need to do is make sure that the homework's done to determine that this is really the only site, right? Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. I don't know. Because there's a bunch of variables. There's obviously a pretty good reason why there's as many towers over there as there is right now. And the only answer may be there has to be one more, or the answer is no, there's another site that's going to work maybe not quite as well, but it's going to, impact less people. And I think that's really the needs to be the objective right now before we make any sort of decisions.
Brian, could I ask you a question? Is it possible for you to work with Councillor Moffat and John to set up some site visits of the 12 sites that were considered sometime in the next few days? And at that point, we can also try and give Councillor Moffat the graphic that shows that it's not just the height of the land where the tower is going that is important, it's the height of all the land in between the two towers that can affect the line of sight. So looking at a sea level map doesn't necessarily help us from an engineering standpoint. So Brian, is that something that you could set up?
Absolutely. We'd be happy to do that. I can get a hold of John the minute we're done this meeting and let him know that I want him available whenever you can, Councillor Moffat, and whoever else wanted to join. I assume Chris should be there as well. And we can definitely look at other sites. And we're here, like I said, we're here to work with you, not against you. So if there's a better location, again, we'll have to take all the factors into consideration. And that's a good point you mentioned, Mayor, is, there could be hills somewhere between the Perry Sound Tower and a selection of a tower that doesn't work, but it works if we move that tower 500 meters south or north. And then we can recalculate over to Humphrey, and we might have to move that. Again, we leave that with the engineers to come up with the best solution. So absolutely, if you would like to take that course of action, I will get a hold of John, and we'll go on what works with you guys.
Okay, I think it's really important that Chris Mahan be involved in these site visits because he's been instrumental in doing the calculations with the engineers. So, Brian, you have Councillor Moffat's coordinates, and Councillor Moffat, you can wait to hear for when it might work, and then see what could work for you. Is that agreeable for you, Councillor Moffat?
yes, and Brian, I'm meeting with the landowner that you negotiated with. I've already set up a meeting tomorrow, and that negotiation failed, to see if there's an opportunity to rethink his position.
At 59 Ferris?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's excellent. We can work something out, that works as well. It's actually our first location, is what we'd like.
That would be my first location as well.
Yeah, and we just have to confirm we can get power there as well, which I think we can if I look at our notes.
Thank you, Brian. Mayor?
Yeah, I will send an email. Do I have your email, Councillor Moffat?
I sent you an email last week. I was waiting for a response, hopeful to talk before tonight's meeting, but You should have
Yeah.
something in your inbox.
I will find it. Okay,
Okay.
what I'll do is email you and John and Chris right after this, if that works, and I'll
Yep.
let the three of you coordinate.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, final comment from Councillor Moffat.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
sorry.
Councillor Osborne, okay, sorry, we've got your comment. Councillor Osborne, okay?
We don't even look alike. So, Brian, this Ferris Road, you said, is that the one where you said you were having trouble negotiating a rental on private property?
yes, 59 Ferris Road.
Yeah, you said that
Well,
they
right at
went well
Ferris
to
and Rankin.
negotiate a fair, sorry?
It was at, I do believe it's a property at Rankin Lake Road and Ferris Road, and it goes back quite a distance, almost to the train tracks.
Yes, but did you not state that you were having trouble negotiating a price with that private landowner?
Yes, we were.
And Daryl, you see a possible solution to that problem?
I think I can work with the landowner.
Okay, that's good. Now, my question is actually on the other side. Let's talk about Humphrey for a moment. You mentioned
Okay.
that hydro, Brian, is tough to negotiate a co-placement with. Bell is asking for concurrence on a site on Christie Road, not Christie Bay Road, Christie Road, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Daryl, it's in your ward, is within 1 kilometer of this site, roughly. Would it not make sense for Vianet to contact Bell about a co-locate on the Christie or Christie Bay, whichever towers, since they're only 1 kilometer apart? Why have two towers to do virtually the same type of thing? Is that possible to negotiate with Bell on a co-locate in Humphrey?
How about Bell give me a call and negotiate on my tower? Again, Bell charges a lot of money. They don't want to see me succeed. They're offering a totally different service than we are, so it might not line up to where the other tower is. Again, we're
Well,
coming
Bell-
off the Perry Sound Tower to a tower location to the next tower.
I
So
understand.
it's not that we can't, honestly, Bell doesn't play nice even if they let me on the tower.
Well,
I don't know, I've never been on a Bell
No,
tower yet.
Bell's attitude is that the more competition, the better. The more
I agree,
for the
but Bell's
consumer,
attitude is also as long as it's in their favor.
No, their stated goal is to provide service, and if others want to provide service, that's only to the benefit of consumers. So,
Yep,
what I'm suggesting is that if the attempt, the whole thrust of this is to co-locate. I think Daryl mentioned this before. Where possible, co-locate. That's the mantra in this business. And whether you like them or whether you don't like them doesn't mean you can't do business with them. I've done business with lots of people I've never liked.
I do business with Bell every day.
Okay.
And I do. Why, so maybe Bell should call us to see if they want to co-locate on our tower.
Okay, well, we can ask that question.
I'm happy to have them on our tower. They can pay me.
We will ask that question. Thank you.
Okay, that would be perfect.
Thank you. Brian, thank you very, very much for all of your time answering the questions. I think we've got a next step with Councillor Moffat and Chris Mahan. We have to be a little bit conscious that we may have to bend Chris Mahan's time a little because he's only supposed to be with us for 3 days a week. But, and he's put a lot of time into this. So let's see if we can get it done. And as soon as there can be some resolution, I would encourage you to start the public consultation process. We'll just park the lease agreements for now until you've had your meetings.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm going to send out an email right now, and we'll get this going as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Bye now.
Thank you. You too. Okay, so Milligan. Okay, welcome, Matt. Can you hear us? There we go. Hi, Matt.
Hi there. Good afternoon, good
Very much
evening.
for your patience. I know we're running a little late. So do you want to give us a little bit of an overlay of what you're asking for?
All right, very good. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today about Bell's expansion plans in the Township of Seguin. Earlier this year in June, I appeared before Council to provide you with an update on public consultations for Bell's proposed sites at Humphrey and along Clear Lake Road, and the public consultations for both sites are now complete. So I'm here today to ask that Council issue a statement of concurrence that would allow Bell to immediately begin preparations to construct these new telecommunication sites. These proposed telecommunication sites, along with the previously approved site at Stanley House, represent a $2.5 million investment in locally based telecommunications infrastructure. And these projects are completely funded by Bell. This program is not funded by government at any level and is part of Bell's expansion plans to address local coverage concerns and to relieve capacity constraints that affect our sites, our tower sites in the District of Parry Sound. It goes without saying at this time that the pandemic has changed the way that we work, that we recreate and communicate, and this has also affected the demand on wireless networks. People are spending more time at home, and for many people, their home is now their place of work. The construction of both sites, both tower sites, will allow more people to adjust to the new normal and stay connected to their place of employment and other aspects of their daily lives. So I'd like to just tell you a little bit about the services that we'll be offering from the proposed towers. Both sites will provide wireless coverage on Bell's LTE network. Now, Bell operates a shared network with TELUS, so the proposed site will also provide LTE coverage on the TELUS network as well. So this is a part of the Bell and TELUS shared network for our mutual subscribers. In the case of the Humphrey site, it will correct a significant coverage gap on Highway 400, and will correct also some in-building coverage issues within the community complex. We know that, at least during my visit to these buildings, this would be the town hall and other buildings around there. I observed poor coverage and extremely low David speeds. And in the Humphrey Arena, when I was there, I noticed there's no coverage at all. So these tower sites will correct those issues. I also noted, I was looking at your emergency plan. I see that the council chamber functions as the township's emergency operations center, and that cell phones are a backup form of communication. This would certainly correct the cell phone issue within the municipal building. And we know that cell phones play a huge role in the management of emergencies. We look no further, just a little bit north to the Parry Sound 33 fire. We know that cell phones played a huge role in managing that fire event throughout the many, many weeks and I guess months that event occurred. Now the site will also provide internet, and I know everyone wants great cell phone service, but this is certainly the one issue that people have been very, very vocal about, and I know it's on the top of all of your minds. In 2018, Bell started offering dedicated wireless high-speed internet from some cell sites, including some within the township of Seguin. This is internet service communicated to homes and businesses by dedicated radio spectrum to an external antenna on the customer's premise. There are various internet packages available, and as of October 1st, 5010 service will be available, providing customers with 50 megabytes of download speed and 10 megabytes per second of upload speed. This expansion will continue in 2021 as we overlay many of our sites in the township or that service the township of Seguin with wireless internet service. So to confirm, the proposed site at Clear Lake and Humphrey will offer wireless internet service. I think it's important that we talk a little bit about the design of our sites, and I think that might help us when it comes time to some of the questions that you might have. These tower sites are being built to the highest standard. They will hold the antennas and radio equipment servicing all of the wireless technologies and frequencies that Bell operates now and into the future. Every site is designed with a battery backup system and will be monitored from our 24/7 control center. And we designed these sites for the long term that will continuously meet the wireless needs of your community. So when building a wireless network, there's a couple of things it's essential that I guess you understand if you are to look at how we build a wireless network. First of all, we got to bring the wireless network to the cell site. We have to bring it to the antenna that's at the top of the tower. In order to do that, for these proposed sites, we bring fiber right to the cell site. This is not the wireless internet service or the LTE service is not going to make it to the tower site from another tower that's connected to fiber and then serviced by a microwave transmission. These sites will be serviced directly from a fiber connection to the tower. Another thing to be aware of is that we must manage the radio spectrum. Radio spectrum is the real estate of the airwaves. And to give you an idea, sort of an example of what radio spectrum is, the FM radio, FM broadcast radio, broadcasts from 88 to 108 megahertz, and the CBC in Parry Sound transmits at 89.9. If that dial, if it continued along past 108 megahertz, all the way up to 3,500 megahertz, you would see that Bell has a license to use certain chunks of that radio spectrum for its LTE and wireless internet service. For wireless internet, Bell has more radio spectrum than any other provider and is able to maintain the level of service that's promised. Another aspect to be aware of is site density. In a 4G LTE network and a network that's 5G ready, or a modern day future-proof wireless internet network, site density is very important. This is the number of cell sites that are available to service members of your community. Every time you have a new tower site, you can reuse the frequencies that are available under license. So to give you an example, the current cell site that's existing right now at the end of the Hammer Bay Road, those frequencies can be reused at tower sites at Stanley House, at Humphrey, and at Clear Lake Road. So site density allows you to reuse the frequencies that you have under license to maintain data speed and throughput. On the weekend, some people say that, they tried to open up Google Maps and the device took forever to open. This is too many people competing for the same amount of radio spectrum. This is a function of not enough site density. Site density also means that better coverage to more places. Telco sites, the frequencies that Bell operates at, need to be closer to the user. And this is particularly important in places like Seguin. Seguin is in the middle of the Canadian Shield. The rocks and trees that make the landscape so attractive are also the biggest challenge when providing LTE and wireless internet coverage. I'd just like to address a few issues in the staff report, or at least one issue. The recommendation to council is that council consider approving the site, provided that Bell makes the towers resemble a fire tower, and it refers to this being completed in the town of Huntsville. So to our knowledge, nowhere in Ontario has any cell site or cell tower been made to mimic a fire tower. We believe the staff report refers to a site at the Hidden Valley Ski Hill, where Rogers owns a site, and it was designed, or it appears to be designed, to mimic a small or slim water tower. We understand that this was a custom project that was carried out to meet the landowner's requirements, but it's by no means stealth. This is not a product that is available from tower suppliers. I'd like to address health and safety. We take wireless health and safety very seriously. All of Bell's sites fully comply with all safety standards, including the limits established by Health Canada Safety Code 6. This includes sites at Clear Lake and Humphrey. And in particular, I'd like to address the Humphrey site. There were definitely concerns raised about health and safety during the public consultation for our proposed site at Humphrey. And again, I'd like to assure you that this site will fully comply with Health Canada's Safety Code 6 at all times. In your council package, you will find a letter from our radio engineering team confirming our full compliance with Safety Code 6. This site at Humphrey will operate at no more than 3.28% of the allowable limit set out by Health Canada Safety Code 6. This is the highest level, and it would be at a position approximately 240 meters in radius from the cell site, which, if you're familiar with where the proposed site is, this would be in the middle of the bush. At the Humphrey Public School, where people definitely raise concerns, outside the school, the site will operate at 0.06 of the allowable limit established by Safety Code 6. So Safety Code 6 allows a carrier to operate at 100%, but again, this proposed site outside of the school will operate at 0.06 of the allowable limit. Compliance with Safety Code 6 is a mandatory condition of Bell's license, and again, we attest that our proposed sites at Humphrey and Clear Lake fully comply with Health Canada Safety Code 6. So these new telecommunication sites will provide the maximum benefit for businesses, residents, and emergency services in the township. Both sites are ready to be constructed and commissioned in the first quarter of 2021, and we have all the necessary prerequisites. We've acquired properties in the area. We have Transport Canada approval that looks at the height of the tower to see how it impacts air travel or air traffic, and that approval has been received. We have NAV Canada approval. NAV Canada will look at whether our site impacts any aids to navigation, including those that you might find at the Parry Sound Airport, and NAV Canada has provided their approval. We've completed all environmental work. We've completed the public consultation, which is a 30-day consultation period. We were requested by ISED to extend our consultation period to 45 days, which was done. And we responded to everyone that has sent a comment. We did our best to respond to everyone. We are required to respond within 14 days. And then each person that responds is given an additional 21 days. And this is as a result of ISED's rules in its CPC document. But we've replied and responded to everyone and addressed all of the concerns that we did receive. And we are ready to engage our supply chain. Bell has completed all of the requirements of ISED and the township, and that we believe the locations selected represent responsible choices for the placement of this infrastructure and will ensure the maximum coverage and capacity for the communities in which they are located. On behalf of Bell, I ask that Council provide a statement of concurrence today for each of these telecommunications sites. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you, and I'd be happy to address any questions that you might have.
Councillor Osborne.
Good afternoon, Matt.
Hi, good afternoon.
Would you consider co-locating with VNet in Humphrey?
We are obligated to look at co-location options, to review them, and to take a look at them, and where possible to co-locate. The problem you're going to find with co-locating on a VNet tower or any ISP tower is as follows. VNet very likely has very, very few antennas. The tower structure that they would likely build would not be a very, very substantial tower. And I'm pretty certain, I mean, I don't even have to look at the design of their tower. I've reviewed the council resolution where the cost of providing 2 new tower sites plus outfitting a 3rd tower site in Parry Sound, $576,000. That wouldn't even cover the purchase of 1 Bell tower. We typically would mount 12 antennas on a tower, plus all the radio equipment as well. The radio equipment no longer is in the base of the tower because of the line loss associated with the signal from the base of the tower up to the top of the tower. The radio equipment is mounted on the tower as well. There's very, very stringent twist and tilt ratios that are required. I think it's extremely, highly unlikely that the proposed tower that the tower that ViaNet is proposing would come even close to holding the radio equipment and the antenna equipment that Bell would require for a cell site, not only now, but also in the future as we look to migrate to different technologies and add equipment to the tower. For example, 5G technology that will come sooner rather than later. It's not going to come now, but that would be additional radio equipment and antennas that would go on the tower.
Well, thank you for that, because we're becoming a little bit tower weary in this township.
Yep.
When the councilors are discussing this, we really don't want more towers, and we don't want more than we have to have. I mean, we realize we've got to have towers to get service, but to have 2 towers, one at Christie Bay and one at Christie Road within a kilometer of each other, to me doesn't make a lot of sense in this day and age. And like you said, you have when you say high density, you put a lot of equipment on your tower, therefore the tower has to be of a more solid structure.
Has to be a more solid structure. There's a lot more steel.
And a lot more
steel. There's a lot more cross members. It's designed to hold a lot of weight. And I mean,
that weight would be a condition of the density you referred to, right?
That's right. And it's more so that the size of the antennas. I mean, the antennas are very, very large. Some of them are in excess of 2 meters long, and they can be almost a meter wide. And that's one. I mean, times 12, and it becomes almost like a sail or sails.
And when they're ice loaded in the winter, it's even worse.
That's correct. And we also have to engineer for ice and wind loading, and we have to factor in, the 1 in 200 year ice or wind event. In the event that happens.
It's the first I've heard that when you mentioned that VNet project at 557,000 would only buy one tower for Bell. I was really surprised to hear that.
Yep.
Of the standard. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, with regard to the 3 sites in Humphrey, I mean, the total, we've budgeted $2.5 million for all in for it. But the tower is an extensive part, is a big part of that purchase. And it's regarding the amount of steel required in order to keep the antennas in the air and to keep the structure stable for that 200-year ice and wind event.
Thank you.
Councillor Moffat.
Matt, hopefully you've had an opportunity to look at the location in Humphrey that VNet has proposed on Christie Bay Road. And just wondering, and I'm not getting a reaction for you, so I don't know if that's a yes or a no. I was just wondering if you looked at that site as a possible option when you guys were doing your analysis, a number of months ago.
We did not look at that site. The sites that we did look at other sites, though. This was not the first site that we considered on Christie Bay Road, and I can go over those if you wish. But no, we did not.
I was just wondering if that was an option, given that VNet has landed there, thinking that maybe you looked at it and decided elsewhere. That was all.
We like this site on Christie Bay Road. I mean, for a few reasons. One, the tower that we're proposing these days in the modern age, 52 meters, is slightly high. The Christie Bay Road allowance, I mean, there's little to no traffic along that. It's got great tree cover from the highway, anyone that's going to drive by, and any residences around there for that matter. It makes great land use sense to put a tower up there. And for a tower that's 52 meters, we think it's a great location. Now, it's not ideal for a tower builder in that, I mean, it requires a long hydro line. That's not a serviced road. And we understand that the municipality, may offer us or is willing to offer us the ability to use that road. But as far as hiding it, keeping it out of the way, we think that's a great location for it.
Thank you, Matt.
Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thanks, Matt. Did you just state that there is no hydro service up that road?
Correct. There's no hydro service down that road.
I wonder.
We would bring a hydro line down that road to service.
Like, how long is that? How many poles are we talking to get in there?
It is
Roughly.
It's at 550 meters. It would likely go underground. I mean, translate that to poles, and I don't know, you're 20 poles or so, but it's likely going to go underground.
I'm just wondering if VNet is aware of that, because. Okay, thank you.
Just a couple questions, Matt. And when we talked on the phone last week, I asked you, could you tell me how many people are going to be served by with broadband from these poles?
Yep. For the site at Clear Lake, approximately 200 households will be serviced from the Clear Lake site, and from the site at Humphrey, approximately 250 households would be serviced from the Clear Lake site.
So
I'm sorry, from the Humphrey site, approximately 250 from the Humphrey site and approximately 200 from the Clear Lake site.
Okay, so somewhat less than 500. And in terms of you said by October you'll have 5010 service for residents. What will it cost, and is there a data cap?
The first, as far as 5010 is concerned, the price packages have not been announced yet. I don't know what they are and can't tell you what the price packages would be. Certainly the current price is $79.95 for the Bell 25.1 service. The 5010 would be a different package, and those rates have not been offered or not been established at this point and have not been released to the public. With respect to data, the current data package that we offer is 350 gigabytes per month. So that's 350, and that's more than enough for the vast majority of households. And there will be, as I understand it, for the 5010 package, there will be an ability to go over. It would be at a reduced speed, though. It would not be at the 5010. It would be a lesser speed, and those speeds have not been established as of yet.
And I have to ask why Bell is doing this now in Humphrey and Clear Lake. You and I have been discussing, and you've been meeting with our Director of Operations for over 2 years. And as soon as we announce a VNet partnership to deliver to over 4,500 homes, Bell reappears and says, we'd like to get in and help 500 homes. So can you tell me a little bit about your timing right now?
This is part of Bell's capital expansion plans in 2021, and it's more than just the township of Seguin. It's many, many places in Ontario, including south into the township of Muskoka Lakes, and many places in the Kawarthas. In our 2021 year, we have a big expansion on our wireless internet network. This wireless internet network started in 2018. We started, we perfected it. Before we go out in the masses and start providing this service, it's certainly something that we want to make sure it works, and we understand the ins and the outs of using it. And we've done that now. But in 2021, you're going to see a huge expansion of wireless internet. And it's not just in Seguin. As I say, it's in many, many municipalities and places across Ontario. And actually, it's not even across Ontario, it's across Canada for that matter.
Okay. And I had a call from a small seasonal business up near Killbear who wanted high-speed internet from Bell. And they were part of the CTI, the Connect to Innovate program. And they felt that Bell could not serve them at something that was affordable. You were asking for a $5,000 installation cost for a business and $1,100 per month with a minimum commitment of 5 years. And I'm going to say, if you haven't got your prices ready for 50/10 for residents, you're going to have to do a whole lot better than that for businesses in Seguin, because this business could not survive at those prices that were quoted by Bell. And I've got the paperwork, and I know a report has gone into CRTC from our Member of Parliament on this particular issue. So I'm concerned that Bell, if you're going to serve 500 homes or businesses, and you can't give us pricing, and you can't give us unlimited, 350 gigs will not allow 2 people in a home to work on Zoom all day. We know that from COVID. It's absolutely...
I don't know about that. I disagree there. When I look at my own internet usage, based on a family of 4, I think 350 gigabytes is more than enough. But I would like to address the issue that you brought up with respect to the example at Killbear, and I don't think it's a very, I don't think it's a great example at all. I mean, clearly what that is someone looking to connect a direct point-to-point fiber. They want to lease an entire one fiber, and they want to bring it into a business. And typically you would do that if you're using extensive amounts of data. If you're running a data center or a large business with many, many employees, you would lease a single fiber. And that's what many businesses do. Any bank branch, any large business is going to lease a fiber. Okay, this is not wireless. This is not the type of internet, the 5 internet service that we offer to small businesses and consumers. That is a commercial service. When you tell me those prices of, I think it was $900, $800 a month, $500,000 to install it. Yeah. That is commercial service for a very, very large customer. I would imagine that the customer, out of desperation, has went and got a quote to have that commercial service installed, but it is not the appropriate size of pipe for a small business as you described. And I think the unfortunate thing is Bell does not have a product to offer there for someone of that size. And hopefully one day that will come through our wireless internet program. But I don't think that's a very good example at all.
Okay, and one other question. What are your plans around Healy Lake, where I know that Bell has cut off the WISP service to Mr. Martin? Are you planning to do anything for the people in Healy Lake?
At Healy Lake?
Healy, Healey.
I'm not familiar with the issue at Healy Lake.
Okay, I was just contacted by him. He runs a WISP for, I believe, 30 or 40 people, and Bell was his provider, and they have stopped providing his internet service. So I was asking on that behalf. I'm
not familiar with that issue. I couldn't comment on it. It's not something that I'm aware of.
I'll send you some more information, perhaps, and maybe you can comment on it between you and I directly.
Not even in a township. Healy Lake is in Georgian Bay Township?
Partly in ours, I believe. Some of the people that receive his service are Seguin, some of them are Seguin. Counselor, do you have any other questions? Nope. So do we have a motion for?
We have two, but they're prepared for, so to get to the reason, they're prepared for the staff report.
Okay, these are, with the disguised fire, okay. So I will read the motion as, we got two, but they're exactly the same, aren't they? The two of them, except for different locations. But they are prepared as per the staff report. So we may need to make an amendment if council wants that. So the motion is, whereas Bell Mobility proposes to erect 52-meter high lattice self-supporting tripole telecommunications tower and supporting structures at PCL 16493, section SS, LT 108, range B, Humphrey, except LT 35758, LT 35759, and PT Part 142R-3054, Geographic Township of Humphrey, now the Township of Seguin. And whereas the proponents of telecommunications towers and supporting structures require the approval of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, INSEAD, on behalf of the Government of Canada, and as part of the approval, INSEAD requires such proponents to consult with local land use authorities prior to the erection of antennae systems, as provided in CPC-2-0-03, and the proposed tower and supporting structures is considered an antennae system. And whereas the Corporation of the Township of Seguin is the local land use authority. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby acknowledge, A, that the Township is satisfied with Bell's consultation process, and B, the proposed design and location is acceptable to the Township, subject to the tower being disguised like a fire tower and entering into a municipal access agreement. That may be needed to be modified. And C, the Township has consulted and concurs with the tower location. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move.
And a seconder from Councillor Cole?
I'll second that.
Is there, Councillor Osborne, you have discussion?
No, just question, Mayor. Do we have these motions in our council package? I wasn't able to find them. Are they in our agenda?
No.
They're based on the recommendation.
They're based on
from
the staff
report.
recommendation, which is,
Page 66.
yeah. So
Oh,
the wording from the
actually,
staff recommendation.
The actual resolutions are not included in our package.
No. No.
Oh, okay, thank you.
If we are going to consider this, I suggest that we need to amend it to take out this fire tower disguise, because as I understand it from you, Matt, it's not possible.
That's correct.
So I would propose that item B now reads, the proposed design and location is acceptable to the township, subject to entering into a municipal access agreement. Just take out the other words about the disguise. Councillor Osborne, do you have a comment on that amendment?
You need a mover for the amendment?
I guess, let's see, the tower. Okay, so you're moving that we.
Yeah, that we remove the words of.
Okay, so it becomes
Fire
subject to
lookout.
entering into a municipal access agreement. Okay, so you're gonna move the amendment?
Yes.
Osborne, can I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Cole? So, any further discussion? Councillor Moffat?
Sorry, are we packaging both of these on the same resolution?
They're actually two separate pieces of paper.
Okay, so Mayor, it's which one are we dealing with here? The one on Clear Lake Road or the one on Christie Road? Could you please?
The first one is the Christie Road one.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to have a recorded vote on that if we're at that stage.
You're on the amendment.
On the amendment or on the motion as amended?
On the motion as amended, when we get to that stage, I would like to have a recorded vote, please.
Okay?
But you're not there yet. You haven't voted on the amendment.
Correct.
Oh, we have to first vote on the amendment. Okay.
Correct,
So
correct.
all in
Fred.
favor of the amendment to take out the disguised as a fire tower. So that's carried. Okay? Now, we are voting on the overall motion as amended. And we have a mover and a seconder, all in favor of
This is the recorded vote,
This
yeah.
is, okay, the recorded vote, and this is for Christie. So the clerk will read out the name. Christie Lake.
Is there any further?
Is there any further discussion on the motion? I
No.
don't think so.
Sorry. Councillor Fellner.
Nay.
Councillor Osborne.
Yay.
Councillor Collins.
Yay.
Councillor Finson.
I'm sorry, you're muted, Gail.
Yay,
Yes?
yes.
Councillor Moffett.
Nay.
No.
Councillor Cole.
Yes.
Mayor McDermott.
No, nay. Carried? So, it is carried?
I didn't actually count, sorry.
Yeah, okay, it is carried 4-3. And now I will move the one for Clear Lake Road, which is basically the same wording, and we will have to go through the,
You won't. If somebody wants, you have no mover or seconder, so whoever moves that could make that change before it's moved,
okay,
right?
okay,
You know what
so
I
I
mean?
will read it.
Do you follow me?
Yeah, and if we want it to be edited like the other one, you can make that motion as you move it and second it. So whereas Bell Mobility proposes to erect a 34.8 meter high lattice tripole telecommunications tower and supporting structures at 96 Clear Lake Road, geographic township of Humphrey, now the township of Seguin. And whereas proponents of telecommunications towers and supporting structures require the approval of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development, it, on behalf of the Government of Canada, and as part of the approval, INSET requires that proponents to consult with local land use authorities prior to the erection of antennae systems as provided in CPC 2-0-03, and the proposed tower and supporting structures is considered an antennae system. And whereas the Corporation of the Township of Seguin is a local land use authority, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby acknowledge, A, the Township is satisfied with Bell's consultation process, and B, the proposed design and location is acceptable to the Township, subject to an entrance permit obtained if required, and C, the Township has been consulted and concurs with the tower location. Do I have a motion, a mover for Clear Lake Road? Councillor Fellner?
Yeah,
You?
I'll move it. Yeah.
And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, Colin. So I'm assuming you are moving it with the amendment to remove the disguise like a fire tower, as we did before.
That's correct, yes.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Osborne, you have a comment?
I just wanted to confirm this is 96 Clear Lake Road near Tucker Lake.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
No.
And do we want a recorded vote on this as well?
You do?
Yep.
Okay,
Nope. Do I have, okay, I didn't autograph the change, but I'll do that later.
Well, it's not a change, remember, they moved it.
Okay, all right.
Councillor Moffett.
Yay.
Councillor Osborne.
Yay.
Councillor Fellner.
Yay.
Councillor Collins.
Yay.
Councillor Finson.
Yay.
Councillor Coles.
Yay.
Mayor McDermott.
I'll say no. And it's carried. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Milligan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have somebody's picture here from Spain.
No, just a sec here. So, Mr. Breer.
The next delegation is Mr. Breer, who is the agent for John Exler. And this is, we've had a fair amount of correspondence on the request for an exemption to a fill bylaw.
No, I don't have Mr. Breer, so unless he's.
Well, we've got somebody. That's him. Okay. Mr. Breer, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm present.
Okay, if you'd like to address council, council can see and hear you, and you have 10 minutes.
Actually, I'm Denise Exler, the owner of 58 Broken Trail, and we were just wondering if we could share the 10 minutes, because I would like to address something as well, if that would be okay. Okay.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Mrs. Exler.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to all those present. Thank you for allowing me to speak before council. My name's Denise Exler, and I'm representing my husband, John, and I. We are before Town Council to discuss an exemption to the fill bylaw 2001-05, as stated on the agenda. However, after reviewing Mr. Courtney's report, I would like to address some of the concerns raised that do not pertain to this bylaw. Due to the time constraints, I'm only able to briefly touch on these subjects, but we are happy to discuss in further detail or provide further information if anyone has any questions or concerns. We sincerely empathize with our neighbors across the lake, having to listen to the noise levels of the construction machinery. For that, we are truly sorry. We had no idea that the noise levels reaching across the lake had become an issue. No one, including Mr. Courtney, made their feelings known to us during the shoreline work, except those that really liked the landscaping, including some on Bays End Trail. You will find that the various strong accusations Mr. Courtney has in his report are not based on legal standing, and the facts are questionable. Some are untrue. To the best of our knowledge, all work done was in accordance with Seguin Township bylaws, and we maintained contact with both town bylaw inspectors as well as the Ministry of Natural Resources on an ongoing basis as the work along the shoreline progressed. According to Seguin Noise Bylaw 2010-51, construction equipment is allowed to operate from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday to Friday. We did not break any noise bylaws, and this is not related to the fill bylaw that we are discussing today. Furthermore, Mr. Courtney has a strong belief that we illegally destroyed the shoreline. His words. This is not true. We would first like to state that the area where we have had landscaping work done, the shoreline water area, is not environmentally protected or EP designated. Upon purchasing the property, we found that the shoreline area had not been maintained for decades. We found piles of garbage, such as trailer parts, pressure-treated wood, and oil drums. It was not the oasis Mr. Courtney has claimed it to be. According to Seguin bylaw 2008-103, we are allowed to remove or delimb trees within 20-meter shoreline. We have hundreds of trees along our shoreline, and we've only removed 3, which is significantly less than the 10% allowed. It is fully within our rights to delimb to improve the health of the trees and allow ourselves a reasonable waterfront view. So we did so when we purchased the property in 2017. We are confused as to why it has come to light and been taken issue with today, 3 years later. Our shoreline also consists of a natural sand beach, to which we did add more sand, which is legally allowed under the fill bylaw. We followed the recommendation of the MNR, Ministry of Natural Resources, and added a silt landscape fabric and rock wall to the beach. This is not plastic, as Mr. Courtney claims. As of August 11th, our file has been closed by the ministry. Rock was added to the shoreline to prevent damage from wakeboard boats, whose waves have significantly damaged properties in the area. One last item we would like to address are the false accusations of harassment. We have never met Mr. Courtney. We have never spoken with Mr. Courtney. He did come to our property once unannounced when he used profane language, and demanded that our landscapers stop work when they were working outside the 20-meter shoreline. However, we were not present at the time. The township bylaw officers or personnel completed 3 site visits throughout the completion of the work. We would like to emphasize that no stop work order or suggestion to stop work was ever issued at any of these visits. We are very confused about the mixed signals that we received from the township. It is no longer possible to get any machinery to the area in question, and now our landscaping has come under review. We do acknowledge that the project is slightly larger than the 50 square meters previously quoted in an email to the township in the fall of 2019, submitted by Rick Breer. For that, we are asking for an exemption today, as we were never asked to stop work when we could have addressed this. We believe that precedent was set when a larger project on Otter Lake was approved in 2018. Our intent is to maintain friendly relations with both our neighbors and the township going forward. Again, we apologize to our neighbors for the noise from the machinery, but it was temporary and the work has now been completed. We feel deeply offended by Mr. Courtney's defamatory comments towards our moral character and the untruths that he is alleging about our landscape development. We are not fraudsters. We are not criminals. We believe that what he is about to say is based on his personal opinion, not a legal opinion based on town bylaws. Mr. Courtney would like us charged to the full extent of the law. No noise bylaw was broken. No tree bylaw was broken. No beach bylaw was broken. The Ministry of Natural Resources approved our beach. Could we please move on and discuss the real reason that we are here today, an exemption to the fill bylaw? Thank you so much, and to all for hearing our side of things today. And I'll let Rick speak now.
Thank you, Denise. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for hearing our request for an exemption from the fill bylaw. I believe the majority, maybe, excuse me. I believe the majority of what I would like to say tonight is already included in the package. So I trust you had a chance to review my presentation. I was also a little surprised at the documents submitted by Mr. Courtney. I was not under the impression or aware that these proceedings would be fashioned kind of like a trial. It's unfortunate that his mostly fictional account of our landscaping project will be taking away from our discussion of the bylaw and its intent. However, the inclusion of his speculative, inaccurate, and just plain false report unfortunately must now be addressed. I'm going to focus on a few key statements that will hopefully diminish the credibility of his very serious accusations. Mr. Courtney claims that the shoreline was excavated to a depth of 1 meter and that natural sediments along the shore were removed. All of our components were installed above grade. Nothing more than the removal of dead pine needles were undertaken before placing the stonework. This is essential for the survival of the mature trees. No root systems or vegetation were disturbed. The areas that were mulched already have natural vegetation growing through, and in this sense, the shoreline area is already rehabilitated. In one of his photos, he refers to a piece of equipment as a survey transit and suggests that we had a machine that had a project mapped out on it, and then uses this as evidence that we were intentionally deviating from the approved plans. This was a laser level used only to keep the height of the walkways consistent. I'm just going to use this statement as an example of how Mr. Courtney is grasping at straws, and it would seem to say anything, true or not, to get his revenge on us diabolical noisemakers. The day Mr. Courtney attended our site, he identified himself as a geologist. Although no badge or papers were presented, I'm starting to suspect that even this assertion may not be true. Mr. Courtney refers to some of the rocks in one of his pictures as limestone. They are indeed native granite from the site. I find it hard to believe that someone claiming to be an expert on the matter cannot tell the difference between granite and limestone, and he's not aware that limestone does not exist naturally anywhere near this area at all. The built stone wall that he is so worried about was constructed at the request of the Ministry of Natural Resources officer that attended the site. This was the only remediation that was requested to satisfy them that we had not harmed the shoreline, area. The black fiberglass he refers to in his presentation is actually geotextile fabric, and this was also installed as a request by the MNR. The areas that he feels are disturbed and where the 20-meter shore road allowance ends are grossly exaggerated for dramatic effect. The one distance he claims as 30 meters in his presentation measures out at only 13.7 meters. And the line he's drawn to show where he believes the 20-meter mark is on his photo literally includes portions of the actual dwelling. Mr. Courtney openly admits that we approached the workmen to inform them they were in breach of the bylaws. I must note that at this time, because I was there, the we he is referring to was him and his dog. Burke Stonework and Excavating has already been approached by 3 neighbors, including one on Bays End Trail, requesting lawful landscaping of this nature, which makes me wonder if all eyes are really on this project or just Mr. Courtney and his dog. Finally, if water quality was truly the goal here, Mr. Courtney would not be requesting the offending landscaping to be removed. The amount of disruption and damage, not to mention noise, to undertake a project of this nature would pale in comparison with the original installation. It is obvious to me that the lake and the environment are clearly not the true priority or objective of his presentation. The fill bylaw states that it is subjective. The planning department admits that it is subjective. I know of 2 other almost identical granite flagstone patios that were installed on Otter Lake in the SRA since the bylaw with the township's knowledge and blessing. The township is asserting that the 2 patios being greater than 12 meters square is what's defining our project as major landscaping. However, I can't find anything in the current bylaw that says this patio has to be 12 meters square. If you refer to section 4.1.9 bracket D of the 2006 zoning bylaw, it only refers to decks, not a patio. I would suggest that the wording of the bylaw be changed if its intent was to include granite flagstone patios. The current Cambridge Dictionary definition of a deck is a wooden floor built outside where people can sit and relax. The structures in question are clearly not decks. Original discussions with the townships were for 50 meters square of landscaping, and we have ended up at 69.5 meters squares. We have exceeded our scope of work by 19.5 meters square. The issue before you tonight is subjective. We believe that our landscaping alterations were minor, and the township believes we have crossed the line into major landscaping. The decision to grant an exemption for this now is in your hands. I would like to point out that we have worked closely and cooperatively with the township through this entire process, and we're continually led to believe that some kind of resolution would be possible. We are eagerly looking forward to that resolution in whatever form it might take. On behalf of all of us, we would like to thank you for your time and for your consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moffat, you have a question or a comment?
I do have a question for Rick, and I have a follow-up with regards to a request for a deferral of our decision here on the resolution. I'm looking, Rick, on page 6 of your submission, and underneath it, there's a couple of photos. I don't know if you have in front of you or Denise. This is a picture of before beachfront patio and after beachfront patio. Do you have that?
Yes.
It's on in the council package. It's on page 249.
I'm familiar with the page.
Okay. I'm just going to read the caption underneath it. As you can see, this beach patio is not a large gazebo or a deck-like structure, but rather local Seguin Township granite placed in tune with the natural environment around it. Where did that Seguin Township granite come from, Rick?
It came from a quarry on Turtle Lake Road, owned by Hall's Construction. It's from Muskoka Rock, but the specific quarry is in Seguin for this type of rock.
Okay, because I believe when we were at site, Director Stone asked Mr. Exler where the rocks came from, the granite came from, and I believe he mentioned that it came from on site. So when I read that, I was surprised, because my understanding when I left on that Friday afternoon is that you took the materials on site and put them into the landscaping, but I guess that's not the case. Is that? And maybe there may have been a misinterpretation of the question, but that's what I recall hearing from Mr. Exler, that they, the rocks were taken from on site, being at 58 Broken Trail.
Right. Yes, that's fair enough, and thanks for letting me clarify. There was a significant amount of blasting done here by a different contractor before we arrived. So all the retaining walls, all the boulders, any retention that we had to do was rock from the site. All we purchased from Muskoka Rock was the actual stone stair treads there and the flagstone for the patios.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Any other comments from other councillors?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, there's my hand.
Councillor Fellner?
Yeah, so, I have a question, I'm just trying to get clear in my own mind the sequence of events here. So when you consulted with the Seguin staff initially, I'm not sure who it was that consulted with them. Is that where this sketch came from in your report under background? There's a little handwritten sketch. It says Burke Stonework and Excavating. It shows a bit of a cross section of how you're going to build the stair system. And then it shows a stair system going down to the shore. Is that what?
On page 244 of the council package.
244 of the council package. Yeah, that's it. Is that
yes,
what?
That was the initial.
Okay, and then on that basis, so I see that you've got, you got a meter and a half wide and 22 and a half meters. A meter and a half wide, 22 and a half square meters of stairway, right? That's what you originally indicated that your project would entail. Is that correct?
Partially, we also indicated that there would be 10 square meters of patio of boulder fire pit patio in the beach area. And yes. So I believe it came to 32.5 meters square, But I have emails in which I exchanged with the township suggesting that the project may approach 50 meters squared. And there were things discussed with the township staff on site, like the need to retain certain areas with boulders, at which time we were instructed to keep those boulder tensions to less than 1 meter.
Right. Right, I'm just a little confused at where, you know, how this thing sort of grew legs and took off. And there really wasn't any sort of comment about it until after it's all over. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to move along. We've got a question from Councillor Osborne, and then we have a budget meeting starting at 7 o'clock tonight. So, Councillor Osborne, last comment on this.
Oh, we're restricting debate on this. Okay. So I'm looking at the same, referencing the same sketch. I see, as Councillor Fellner pointed out, 1.5 meter by 2.5 square meter rock pathway. I see a rock boulder pit, and I see some stepping stones. I don't see a granite cut slab patio whatsoever in this plan. There's no patio. Stepping stones are not patio. I know what stepping stones are. So was the township aware of the patio you were about to construct? Or was this just a vision from the owners wanting to do something above and beyond the plan? Thank you.
Yes, the plan did evolve, and this was something that was added on as we started work in May. Based on our previous experience, this is a structure that we've done before in the Shorewood allowance. We believed that it was a minor change, and we believed that it would be acceptable, and we were wrong about that. That's why we're before you here today.
Thank you for that. So you people are, do you live in Seguin as well, Mr. Burke?
No, I do not.
Oh, you don't? Okay, well, we in Seguin here call it the natural place to be. And although this patio is beautiful and it's gorgeous, you know, you might want to see that at a commercial resort, the picture above seems far more natural to me than the lower picture. And for people to go ahead and do this and then ask for forgiveness after the fact and the exemption, permission to exempt you from the bylaws after the fact, to me, it just doesn't work. And this goes on all the time, and it's got to stop. Thank you.
Councillor Moffat, last comment, please.
Mayor, I'd like to request a deferral with regards to this decision until the September 21st, 2020 council meeting so that council can review additional information on this matter.
Stephen Courtney.
Okay, and
Join the meeting.
we do have a delegation for Mr. Courtney. Many of us received several pages of written documentation today. I would support Councillor Moffat's suggestion that we read it. The clerk is telling me we got to do something different. Just a minute.
Well, Councillor Moffat's just one step ahead. You have a motion that should be read, and the mover and seconder on a decision is for the staff report, and then Councillor Moffat, I believe, is going to ask to defer the decision on that motion.
Should it be done now or after we hear from Mr. Courtney?
To me, it's with the request, and I believe that's part of the reason that Councillor Moffat is going to ask for the deferral. So you should do the motion now,
Okay,
and then he's going to ask to defer.
Yes.
okay. Good motion for me?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to jump ahead. Sorry. Okay, I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby grant an exemption for 58 Broken Trail, property roll number 4903030-001-02900-0000 for Exler, pursuant to section 5.1 of bylaw number 2008-105, being a bylaw to prohibit or regulate the placing or dumping or removal of fill in areas of the township subject to the conditions as outlined in the staff report number DPS-PL-2020-092. Can I have a motion to move this so that we can then discuss it? Darryl Moffat, okay, and a seconder. Councillor Cole. And, you now want to,
So now Councillor Moffat has made a motion to defer.
Councillor Moffat has made a motion to defer.
You,
Defer to.
Clerk. Clerk, should I repeat that deferral request?
If you would, please.
Yes. So with respect to item 7C, request for exemption to bylaw number 2008-105, the fill bylaw for 48 Broken Trail, I would like to move to defer this resolution until the September 21st, 2020 council meeting, so the council can review additional information on this matter.
Do I have a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Osborne, okay?
What was the date, Daryl? Sorry.
Next
September
council meeting,
21st, 2020,
Thank you.
next meeting.
Thank you.
This does not have to go on for long.
No. All in favor of the deferral first? Okay, so that is carried.
So that's it.
That's it.
Because it's deferred.
So thank you very much for your time. Mrs. Exler and Mr. Breer, I think council is just feeling a little overwhelmed with information. We need to evaluate it, evaluate our priority, our opportunities, and it's important that we hear Mr. Courtney as well. But I appreciate your presentations, and at the latest, we will be making a decision at our next council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you need to leave the meeting, oh, yeah, the little red button in the bottom right-hand corner.
I'll bring in Mr. Courtney.
Okay, now we have a deputation from Mr. Courtney. We are gonna have to stop this meeting at 7 to go into the budget meeting or close thereafter, so we really wanna move everything else allowing quickly. It's been a long day. So do we have Mr. Courtney yet?
Says he's joining.
That gives us 10 minutes.
Oh, I know, we got a lot to cover.
Is that a public meeting, Mayor? The
Yep.
budget meeting? Okay.
Yep,
We haven't even got to the actual public meeting.
we haven't even got, we are being a little nasty on the public meeting because we know the person whose topic it is, and he's still sitting here, but we've passed 5:30.
Well, if that's the case, why wouldn't we hold Mr. Courtney until after our budget meeting? Because we're well beyond, and 10 minutes isn't going to
Because he
clean.
was invited to our 4:30 deputation.
Do you believe 10 minutes is long enough to hear from him, Carol?
Yeah, well, we will give him a 2-minute warning.
He's there now.
That's what you
Okay.
say.
Is? Okay, so coming on at 6:48. Mr. Courtney, can you hear us?
Well, I can now. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So you have 10 minutes.
Okay.
and
Can
I'll
just
try
get-
and give you a 2-minute warning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll just get ready here. Okay, just let me put my timer on. Come on. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, you go ahead. You have all of council listening.
Okay, so my name's Steve Courtney, and I represent a group of residents along the south shore of the long arm of Otter Lake, opposite the property at 58 Broken Trail. Just so you know, I hold a Bachelor of Environmental Science degree and a Master of Science degree in the Earth Sciences. I've lived on Otter Lake since 1999, and I run an environmental and geoanalytics consulting firm from my residence. I teach in the Civil Engineering Faculty of Canadore and College, specifically hydrology and environmental engineering. Now, the reason why we are opposing this is that the devastation was incredible, according to the shoreline. And we had complained many times to the council and actually complained to the operators. Now, I'm just going to go through a brief chronology of what we discovered, and I will conclude with our recommendations. Looking at the filing from Burke Stoneworks, it's the first filing is false, and the map is false and misleading. It never should have been accepted. It is definitely not a professionally prepared site plan. This I know from producing many civil engineering site plans. The report that accompanies it is riddled with factual errors and downright falsehoods. And I will attempt to go through these in the 7 minutes I have. The initial plan was set for September 13th, 2019, but the contractor delivered a final plan on August 14th, 2020. And that plan is also extremely misleading and would not be accepted as an engineering site plan because it does not represent the topography or the outlines of the property accurately. And from a landscaping perspective, it does not even show the trees and the vegetation, which would always be considered in a landscaping product. It is not oriented north, which is just a abominable error. So it doesn't show the shoreline as the way it exists, not even close. Now, the first drawing shows the 20-meter SRI zone, and it beggars the belief that Mr. Breer was not aware of the strict bylaw restrictions at the time of the submission to the township. Also missing are the artificial beach, the shaped stone retaining wall, and it's our firm belief that the Exlers and Burke Stonework actively conspired to fraudulently obtain the approval of the ownership for their landscaping and have continued to knowingly mislead council. They also state that the estimate of the area impacted is 1%. And that is just a blatant joke because the shoreline to the west is a cliff. It is not going to be used. What should have been calculated is the shoreline that was directly, the percentage of the shoreline directly impacted. Also, the numbers of the impact are grossly under represented. And I can prove this in a later document. He further states that they requested the township to attend the site and seek feedback. And he states, we knew we'd be operating in a highly visible and well-traveled area and wanted to make sure when complaints about our project came pouring into the township, staff would be informed of the scope of the work, which is just telling you right there that they had no plans to actually carry through their initial plans. The 32-meter flagstone beach in question and the 15-meter flagstone landing were only allowed to be 10 meters. So it is over 5.6 times the allowable limit, which is just unbelievable. He also states that all components of their landscaping are installed above grade, and which means at this time no native soil or vegetation was disturbed. If you look at my report, it shows a excavator in the water, excavating to a depth of half a meter, and this was all along the pathway and the patio and the artificial beach that they installed. All of the vegetation was removed along the shoreline. So this is just a blatant lie, and you can see that in our report. We have a photograph of that. The patio's plan was only supposed to be 12 square meters, and now it went up to 69.5. Unbelievable. Beggars believe what they were saying. Nowhere in the report is the mention of the breach of the bylaw, the stone walls, the large stone wall, and the black plastic on the waterfront to create a fake beach in which sand was dumped higher than the natural shoreline. And this is lined by black plastic geofabric, which will degrade by exposure to UV rays and contaminate the water, and these particles will be ingested by aquatic fish. All fish are aquatic, obviously. The retaining walls were...
Minute in your deputation.
Yes. The retaining wall itself, they said they did not alter the slope. Well, it cut into the slope. They excavated the slope. And this slope is composed of glacial sand, and it will now be unstable. Water will pass through the sand, specifically in the winter, and it will form frost behind the blocks and eventually push the blocks out, causing the wall to fail. This is known engineering protocols in Canada. Also, they submitted photographs which depict the shoreline being unmodified. Please compare them to our shoreline photographs, because their photographs are far out of, they're using a lens technique to show that it's much greater than it is. Also, I advised the Mr. Breer. I paddled over and had a conversation when they were within the 20-meter zone, and they initially asked me if I was from the police, and obviously I said no, and told them that they were breaking the bylaw, at which point I was told to fuck off. I was also called an eco warrior, a Boy Scout, and told to get a hobby. Now, I'll just clear up recommendations. We want the beach area and the wall removed. We want the law to be applied as stated, and fines to be levied against it, because this was a fraudulent exercise. And that's my 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
Okay.
Courtney, for your extensive investigation and pictures and everything else.
Okay.
I think it's important, if there are any comments or questions from councillors, now's the time.
I have a quick one.
Okay, Councillor Osborne?
A comment was made by the owners that the beach was being refreshed with sand, that there was already a beach there. Your pictures, Mr. Courtney, indicate I don't see a beach.
There was not a beach there. There
Thank
was
you.
there was sand at the water interface, but there was natural vegetation there.
I saw that right on the shoreline. Okay,
Yeah.
so there was no beaches they were adding to, they were creating a new beach
They created a new beach and they removed all the vegetation.
with
And then they
a,
lined it
with a large machine. Thank you.
yes. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fellner. Councillor Fellner, I think you're on mute.
You're muted, Terry.
Yeah, I just wondered why you paddled over to talk to the contractor instead of phoning the township.
We did. I repeatedly called the township. I spoke to Steve Stone, and that day I spoke to another bylaw officer complaining. Also, Joe Pruon, another owner, called into the township and demanded that the township take action immediately once the destruction began. And he insisted that the Exlers be fined and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So we.
What? Yeah. So what period of time was that in?
That was in July and August.
Rob, this year.
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Right. Okay.
The noise was
Councillor
unbelievable.
Fellner, I think you'll see the chronology in the documentation you received today.
Well, it's a pretty busy document.
Yeah. Mr. Courtney, what we have already decided is that there's a lot of information that we've received both from you and from some other people, and that council will not be making a decision tonight.
That's
It is
good.
being deferred until the next meeting, which is the 21st of September.
Okay.
So no decision will be reached tonight until we have fulsome opportunity to review all the documents. We have one more question from Councillor Osborne.
One more quick one. Thank you, Mayor. So after the residents contacted the township for bylaw or building to come out, did they respond and come out, Mr.
We don't know. They said Steve Stone visited. I think Daryl Moffett visited once, but at that point, all the work had been completed at the waterfront.
Okay, so this, like, I think for most of council, this is the first we've heard of this situation.
That's what I suspected.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that internally.
and I did provide all the emails backing up our conversation. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, we've just received those today, so we need
Yes.
to review them.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and your deputation, and we will be learning between now
Yes.
and the next council meeting and making a decision at that time.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Wow.
This should go to-
Wow.
There's a person here.
Okay.
Not sure how we let the finance committee know that.
Can't you send a chat to the waiting room? I believe you can. Down at the bottom?
What I think I will do, because I don't know, I think I'm going to admit them and we'll explain that we're gonna do public meeting, then going to.
Yeah, because they can listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So
Just
just,
a second.
I'm just gonna explain to councilors. Just so that people know, we're obviously running behind schedule. So what Craig is doing now is he is going to admit the members of the finance committee. But before we can actually go to the budget discussion, we'll ask everybody to mute themselves for now. We have to go to the public meeting, which has time. So if everybody on the finance committee wouldn't mind just muting themselves till we go through the one consent application in the public meeting, and then we will move into the budget discussion, I believe, right? Okay. So, I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adjourn the regular meeting to hold a public meeting for the following matter. Consent application B 2020-0016-F for Coppage. Could I have a motion from Councillor Osborne? Thank you. And a seconder from Councillor Fellner.
Just seconded.
All in favor of going into public? Thank you, carried. And I apologize, but I got a lot of reading I've got to do to make this legal. Council will now hold a public meeting for a proposed consent application. In accordance with the Planning Act, Council will consider all matters placed before it prior to granting a consent. If a person or public body who files an appeal of a decision of the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin in respect of a proposed consent does not make written submissions to the Council before it provides or refuses to provide consent, the local planning appeal tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Council to the local planning appeal tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeal tribunal, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of consent application B 2020-0016-F for Coppage is to provide right-of-way access over the granting lands of 128 Bradshaw Road, benefiting the lands of property roll 4903-030-004-05527. The right-of-way would be located over Part 1 of Plan 42R 3826, a portion of an existing private road called Boyd's Nest, to provide access to the benefiting lands from Bradshaw Road. I now ask the clerk to state the method by which the notice of the meeting was provided and the dates on which that notice was provided.
Notice of the public meeting was provided by posting the property and by regular mail on August 25th, 2020. Notice was therefore considered to be provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act.
Has anyone registered to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application?
Wendy Newton has registered to speak to the application.
And is she online now?
Yes.
Ms. Newton, would you like to speak? Which one's Ms. Newton?
I'm here. I guess I could speak to it.
And Ms. Newton, are you there as well? You need to unmute yourself.
Seems to be unmuted.
I don't see any audio from you. I don't see a... Peter, do you want to speak to it?
It's a very simple process. Last council meeting, there was an approval of a consent for a piece of property to complete the right-of-way into this lot, but through some kind of a legal oversight, it was found that the original right-of-way that was assumed to be active wasn't. So this is really just to finalize this right-of-way to this property. It's gone on a long time. This is a final step, I hope.
Okay. Ms. Newton, do you have anything to add? She's now connecting.
Yes, this is connected.
She probably maybe she can't hear me. Has the township received any correspondence with respect to this application?
No correspondence has been received.
And does council have any questions? No? Thank you.
We should give it a minute and see if she gets connected.
We'll give her-
It is a planning public
It
meeting.
looks like she's trying to connect but having difficulty. I don't know where she is. I think we can move on. We approved it last meeting, didn't we?
Well, no, this is a planning public meeting, so they have the right to make a...
Ms. Newton, can you hear me? Can you nod if you can hear me? It doesn't look like looks like she's frozen maybe. No,
I think she's frozen.
Nice.
Close the public meeting.
Oh, well, I believe she was supposed to be speaking with Director Stone this afternoon, so maybe she at least indicated whether she was objecting or not.
Director Stone, do you have any input from Ms. Newton?
Yes, she and I chatted at 3:30, and it would appear that she was in support of the application.
She was in support. Oh, there's Ms. Newton. Can you hear us now, Ms. Newton?
So unfortunately,
Technology.
we can't commit Director Stone to speak for her, but
That's useful information. So, do I close the public meeting now?
yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion that the public meeting held for the following matter is hereby closed and the regular meeting is hereby reconvened. And that's for consent application B 2020-0016-F for Coppage. Could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
I so move.
And a seconder from Councillor Collins?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Carried. Now I have the decision that, motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby grant provisional approval to consent application B 2020-0016-F for Coppage, subject to the conditions set out in the decision. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move.
Thank you. And a seconder from Councillor Cole?
Second that.
All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very, very much. So just for council's interest, we are skipping 8, 10, and 11 for now and moving into the budget discussion, which I will ask our treasurer to kick off. You've all received the budget, what do we call them, barometers? Preliminary assumptions. That's the page, which is your agenda package. And so we'll turn it over to Michelle and then to the chair of the Finance Committee.
Sure. So this is the first meeting of the 2021 budget process. As you all know, this is what I've often referred to as your hopes and dreams evening. So it's what you'd like to see in the budget for next year, if you have any particular projects that you want staff to be looking into, if there's targets. We're going to be asking for a tax rate increase target so that we know what kind of appetite council has for tax rate increases. After this meeting, staff will go away and prepare their community development plans. We will look into any of the issue papers we have to bring back to council, and budget binders will be ready around Christmas time with the January 11th, 2021 meeting is when we all come back together and we actually look at the first draft budget. If council has any changes to be made, that will then come back at the first meeting in February, where we'll pass the operating and capital budget in principle. Once we have all of the final levies, which is usually around middle to end of April, beginning of May, is when the final budget will be passed. So that's our process. It's the same process as we've had for a number of years.
Wendy Newton.
Joined the meeting.
Oh, Ms. Newton, can you hear me?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think she can, so.
She called in by phone, I believe.
Sorry, just give us a second. Technical here, but I can see her on camera.
Yes, but there's also a phone number here now. Unless that's somebody else, 519.
Did anybody dial in from a 519 area code?
That was me, Wendy Newton.
Okay, Wendy, we apologize for the technicality. I hope that you wanted the right-of-way passed.
We did, or I did, yes.
Well, it has passed.
Excellent, thank you.
She had no objection.
You have no objections?
Not at all, no, that's great.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for the technical glitch, but you will be receiving documentation from the township. You're welcome to listen to the public part of the meeting on budget if you wish, but your item has been discussed and
That's,
passed.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Newton.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, back to you.
That's okay.
Treasurer?
There we go. So you do have our preliminary budget assumptions. A lot of them are the same assumptions that we've had for many years to do with, you know, all reserves to be positive at the end of the 5 years, continue to implement the asset management plan, no debt or deficit. Some of the basic assumptions that are specific to 2021, we've been advised by the Premier that there won't be any changes to the OMPF program for 2021. We don't know what that's going to look like for 2022 and beyond, but for 2021, we're still okay. CPI is sitting at 0.7% for Canada and 0.4% in June, so it's pretty low right now. We've got some external levies that we're expecting to go up on average 2%. That's just our first step in planning. Canada pension enhancements will continue. That's going to add $20,000 to our expenses in 2021 with the same status quo staffing. Contingency will remain at $100,000 and the operating surplus of $100,000 to be carried forward. Again, that's the same as in prior years. For the benefit of the Finance Committee, the Township was given $609,000 for COVID-19 operating expenses and pressures. So as we continue to move out of the COVID-19 restrictions, any COVID-19 expenses will be applied against that $609,000. Anything that's not spent, as per the province, has to go into a reserve. So that will just happen automatically at the end of the year. Also, for your information, there was supposed to have been a reassessment from MPAC this year. MPAC has pushed that off till next year. So we're basically looking at the same tax base plus real growth for 2021. The HENVI revenue, which is the $50,000 a year, has not yet been allocated to any projects. It has gone into a reserve. The budget will still continue to build the broadband reserves. I believe last year we set aside $100,000 a year. The major capital projects that we have for 2021, replacement of a tanker pumper and a plow truck, and a grader, and a dozer. Peter's getting a whole pile of new toys. Star Lake Road Phase 1. This year we did the engineering. Next year we'll do the first phase. And Stanley House and Salmon Lake Road will get some overlay work done on it. So those are all of the projects that we had in the 2021 budget when we passed the 2020 budget.
Excuse me, Michelle?
We don't have any new projects yet, but that will come through this process. So.
Excuse me.
Councilor Osborne, you have a question?
Yes, I just, sorry to interrupt, Michelle, but do we have any of this documentation, these numbers in our package?
Yes, yep. It's in your agenda package at the very
Which one?
back.
Very last page.
At the
Very
very
last
end?
page of your agenda package, it looks like this. It was,
At the very end. Okay,
yep.
thank you.
So that's our preliminary budget. I guess the next step now, the Finance Committee was given this last week, and I know the Finance Committee had a meeting. So now is when the Finance Committee can give us their input.
No wonder, of course.
We have a question from Councillor Moffat before that, I think.
I'll defer my questions till the Finance Committee is finished, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jim, welcome. I am assuming you are going to speak on behalf of your committee, at least initially. So take us through your thoughts from last week.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. We are delighted to be here as a group tonight, and each individual member of the committee will speak very briefly on an item that is of concern or of interest to them regarding the budget. I would like to briefly at the outset just commend our committee members for wanting to participate and continuing to participate and continuing to want to provide input to council, whether it resonates or whether it doesn't. Our committee members have stayed the course, and and are interested in sort of working for everyone in Seguin, given a variety of circumstances and conditions. And they will voice those tonight, as I say, in a very brief sort of manner. I think my comments will be of a much more general nature, and then I will introduce each committee members who will then voice their opinion on a certain item. I also want to recognize Pina, who's here tonight as well, and she wasn't able to be at our committee, but I thank you, Pina, for participating. Just as a general comment before I state the few things that I wanted to state, was that I think it's important that we all as council or as finance members consider that the budget is just not a net economic tool, and we don't just go down the line items in the budget and agree that that figure should stay the same, or it should be increased a little bit or reduced a little bit, or perhaps eliminated. The budget is really a planning tool, and it goes beyond just the economic circumstances that we all find ourselves in. And with that in mind, I think it's important that we constantly go back and look at the strategic plan that we spent a lot of money at, and a lot of time and a lot of resources to get community input on over the last year and a half or so, I think, since that plan was done. And that was input from the community. The community doesn't so much provide input on the budget and the economic deliberations, but they do on the strategic plan, which then has economic and budget consequences. And so my voice tonight is to say, council, always have it in the back of your mind as you're talking about these figures, that you remember the important planks under the environmental umbrella, under the community experience umbrella, and under the community prosperity umbrella. It's important that you think about those things. And I think about the environment. I look at waste diversion, I look at water quality, and I look at environmental stewardship. So it's not just numbers. These are real tangible things that the community is concerned about. And I think council should be concerned about as they're looking at the numbers. The community experience, we talked about connectivity and communications. We talked about planning. It's important that council thinks about those things when they're talking about the budget and the economics. And I look at community prosperity. We talked about fiscal responsibility, improved connectivity, affordable housing or attainable housing. I think it was voiced in the strategic plan, job growth and opportunity. So I know those things are uppermost in your mind when the community talks to you, but it's easy to get lost when you start talking in numbers and you look at line items and say, oh, it's 3 million. Well, it can only go to 3.2 million. But you need to be thinking about why is it at 3 million in the first place, or why should it go to 3.2 million, regardless of what the CPI is. So that's my opening comments. I thank you. I would like now maybe to ask for Crystal. Crystal, you had some items that you were going to talk about pertaining to the Henvey revenue, and you also had some comments I think you were going to make with regards to budgetary items that perhaps weren't spent this year and where you would like to see them go. Crystal? Crystal?
Hello. So yeah, a couple of the items that I'm just going to mention this evening was the Henvey revenue. I know that it was expressed that it was going into reserve, and was just concerned or questioning how about that allocation is going to go and if it's going to be brought to the table for further discussion in regarding to nominal funds, because I believe it's over 20 years, you're getting 50,000, we're getting $50,000. Second thing was just to ensure that the projects that were discussed last year in the budget were going to move forward prior to the pre-COVID, and ensuring that those projects were going to be complete and with the money that was set aside, and having a look at moving forward on the types of projects, etc., considering that we were in COVID and the restrictions and how we're going to spend based on programs. I'll pass it over to Dan.
Hey, just a question, Chris. The projects that you're referring to pre-COVID, are most of them capital projects that you're referring to?
Yeah, a few of them. So I know that we had in a meeting that I attended that Seguin Township was bringing in an individual to come in and do a survey or assessment on the workplace, on how things were. We were supposed to have meetings throughout the summer, but due to COVID, those were canceled. So I'm sure there's an allotment of funds in that program or that designated project that hasn't been spent. So how are we going to go about it to ensure that that project gets completed before we move on to new and additional programs?
Okay, I'm going to ask the treasurer to speak to that, because I believe you're referring to the KPMG.
Yeah.
And we went ahead. So I'll let the treasurer speak to you on that.
The KPMG service delivery review actually is just about complete. I'm expecting to have the draft report this week, and it should be coming to council either at the end of September or the beginning of October. So that actually went ahead remotely. So.
Was it all just internally, Dan? Because I don't remember seeing any outsourcing for feedback other than with regard.
Yeah, KPMG is doing that review.
Okay. And
it's about service delivery. There's a format that KPMG follows. We did not get an answer from the provincial government about whether the grant money for it was available or not, and we decided we needed to do it anyways. Mm-hmm. And it's a process of how your internal processes work and where there are efficiencies. So we are awaiting their report, but they spent a fair number of days working here and remotely with staff. So it proceeded, but there may be other projects on your list, particularly capital projects, that we can update you on.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the capital projects actually did go ahead. It's the operating programs that did not. So the septic reinspection program didn't happen. The water quality inspection program didn't happen. The swim program didn't happen. The summer ice time didn't happen. So mainly it's in operating that we did not go ahead with projects. The offset of those expenses that we didn't incur was a whole pile of revenue that we didn't get. So the net effect of the township, and I think I had Andrea send the finance committee the original COVID-19 impact.
Correct. We did review it. We reviewed it last week.
Yeah, the net effect really to the township has been minimal, and apparently that's fairly common for a lot of the smaller municipalities in Ontario. So.
I think it stands next.
Thanks, Crystal. Maybe I could ask Craig or Walter. I think Craig and Walter, you're a bit of a tag team here on a couple of issues.
Okay.
Hello?
Sorry. There, are we in?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So just in looking back, one of the issues, Michelle, well, I sent Michelle an email and she addressed her concerns as opposed to money that was budgeted and not necessarily spent this year. And I believe it was going to be rolled forward either into the operating budget next year and or placed in reserve. So that was one issue. But this is again a plea. I think we made the same plea last year in terms of increasing taxes, and you're talking about kind of your basic assumption of 2%. And I think the fact that you went through and raised taxes this year in the midst of COVID in a challenged environment was daring. And I would urge you to take a good look at what the national inflation numbers are forecasted to be currently, well, stated currently and forecasted next year, and really consider that when you want to hold to your 2% increase. I think you should, as Jim pointed out, this whole process is it's a planning tool, and rather than planning to a 2% increase, I think you should be planning for a 0 at most 0.5% increase in your operating budget for next year. And well, it's not what I think, it's what the committee felt. And looking at other townships, I really think that if you come out with 2%, you're going to get a lot of pushback in 2 years. Does that summarize our views, Jim?
Yeah, I think it does. Craig, do you have anything to add to that?
It's just a smaller number than what Walter just talked about, but as council is aware, there are a number of expenses, about $225,000 of expenses that were budgeted for and taxed to ratepayers this year that were not incurred. And I know that of those expenses, approximately $200,000 of revenues were also not incurred, realized that were budgeted. So it's a net gain to the township of about $24,000 of net expenses that were not incurred, yet were included in the budget and therefore taxed to the ratepayer. So we just encourage that net surplus be carried over and applied to next year's taxes in lieu of a refund to the ratepayers. Not a big number, but it's more the principal idea. So that was it.
Okay, thanks, Craig and Walter. Maybe I could ask Dan, you were going to speak a little bit about broadband, Dan.
Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. Yeah, we just had some questions looking at and focusing on the continue to build broadband services, broadband reserves, sorry. We like the concept. We had some discussion around, whether that, from our view, that would sound like a necessary item. And we, came away with the conclusion that yes, it appeared to be a good line item in there, but wanted to understand what the reserve was going to be used for was kind of the opening question.
I can give you a little bit of background. I'm assuming you people know that we did spend or allocate, we haven't spent it yet, allocate $240,000 of our modernization funds to partner with VNet to try and improve broadband to 4,500 homes. And it is our intention, working with the smart community, to issue another RFP later in the fall to anybody. It'll go up on MERC, to see what other ISPs or other partnerships could do to increase that to 100% of the homes and businesses in Seguin. So who knows what'll come back in terms of cost, but it's time to say we still have pockets, they call them donut holes in Industry Canada, the people that don't have service, even with the VNet partnership. So it's our intention to put that out into the industry domain and see what they come back with for how to eliminate the donut holes, if you will.
No, that's helpful, and that was kind of the second part of our question, was around the strategy. You've given us a bit of that, kind of commenting on that. Has there been some discussion on the existing, realizing that some communication has went out, and staff been very helpful pointing to that on the website, which is great. Other communication has gone out. Has there been any thought of bringing in those partnerships earlier on, so that we have collaborative efforts in tower space and things like that, or recognized up front, rather than there being, later on, those could cost more for those other ISPs on the existing towers. And the thought of bringing in new towers is great, but we don't want them, saying this is mine, this is yours. From a ratepayer point of view, it would appear to be advantageous to have them collaborate and get those agreements up front.
It's certainly our intention, and the, the memorandum of understanding with VNet insists that they have to allow co-location. The agreements renew themselves, I believe, is it every 10 years, Michelle? Every 10 years, and at that point, we'd be insisting on things like making co-location an issue. We're also insisting that any partnerships we go into have no data cap, which is a little bit of a step towards future-proofing things. But we are learning as we go. I will say that. We had a very long discussion earlier in this council meeting about towers and co-location. The Ontario government is trying, I won't say they're making any progress, to force more co-location on Hydro One towers, but that's been very, very problematic for most of the ISPs, and we are kind of hoping that there'll be provincial legislation that'll make it province-wide, but so far, hydro is expensive and non-cooperative. But we finally, within the last 3 weeks, got a map of all the towers that exist from our GPS, so that's a big step. We also now know the internet coverage to every driveway in Seguin. So we can tell you who your ISP is and what your speed is, and that's incredible information that'll be part of the RFP now, saying here's where the donut holes are. So we're trying, we are depending very closely on the smart community of volunteers to advise us, to help us to work. We're working now with a broader regional broadband collaboration that the Reeve of Archipelago and I have started, and this is now trying to look at broadband funding, particularly across the bigger area we've defined as the riding. So that includes all of East Parry Sound, West Parry Sound, and the District of Muskoka. And so we're at the beginning stages of that, because communication, just like roads, doesn't stop at township borders. So we're at that stage. I see a comment from Councillor Moffat. Oh, you're muted. Oh, we just lost Councillor Moffat. Let's hope he comes back. I think he's in the Foley Community Center, isn't he?
I think he turned his video.
Oh, is that what he did? Daryl, can you hear us? Because both your video and your microphone appear to be off. I have a comment from Councillor Osborne. So, Councillor Osborne, why don't you go ahead while we hope that Councillor Moffat reconnects? Oh, we got Councillor Moffat back?
Sorry, I was still waiting for the finance committee to finish, so I'm not sure. I'm still on that.
I just saw your little blue hand. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, I'll put it on hold. Councillor Osborne.
I think we should keep our finance committee fully informed that we also had Bell out today, and we gave concurrence for 2 towers, one in Humphrey and one at Clear Lake Road, for both internet and cellular service enhancements at no cost to the township. I don't know if you were aware of that. They estimate covering approximately, with these expansions, approximately 550 households.
450.
Okay. The 4,000 households that the mayor's referring to is not, that's a VNet figure. That's not realistic. That would be the total of, pretty much the total of households in Seguin. They're only doing a third of the coverage. Thank you.
That's helpful as well, so I appreciate that. Just a curiosity question related to, again, just as part of that acquisition process, and I mean, VNet is a great partner. They've done a lot in the area. They definitely are, have done a lot of work to kind of participate in the community. So I really like them from that perspective. But off the other end, did you, on the two existing towers, not speaking about the Bell towers, they're being privately funded through Bell, is what I understand, correct?
$2.5 million investment on Bell's behalf, no cost to the township.
Yeah, that's wonderful, especially at a zero cost to the township, which is fantastic. With the Vianet towers, they're going to be funded through the modernization funding, is what I understand, correct?
50/50 Vianet and the township.
Right.
280,000, by the way, Dan, not 240, it's 280, our commitment.
Half and half.
Okay, quite substantial. Did we open up that process to other ISPs when engaging in that initial process with VNet? Like, was it just VNet that was spoke to, or were others? I just want to figure out from a competitive bid point of view, could the township have done? Is there a possibility we could have found other partners who may have stepped up and given a better deal?
The VNet was chosen because they were the winner of the pilot in Carling. For the pilot test, but we did get a full proposal, competitive proposal from Lakeland Networks at the same time that we were evaluating against VNet, but VNet was chosen because of the signal strength from the smart tower in Parry Sound and the hop and drop capability for them. And Lakeland did provide a very comprehensive competitive bid at that time.
Just to clarify that, I think Dan's question was it opened up to all bidders? I don't believe that it was. I was told there was an RFP produced by Sengen, and today I learned that there was not an RFP. It was a expression of interest, and as a result, the proposals were two totally different proposals between the two bidders, Lakeland and VNet, and I was very disappointed in that because we didn't get an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, well, thank you. At least that's helpful in clarifying that as well. But
yeah, I think you need to know that.
Thank you. So putting the rest of that aside, the other question we had was about the communication strategy. How's the information being communicated to the ratepayers? I do know there's something posted on the website. Are there other things the township is going to do to communicate it out?
Are you referring specifically to the broadband news and stuff?
Yes, please.
Okay. Really, we're depending on the website at this stage. We will have community consultation that's mandated by Industry Canada or INSED now. And VNet has community information sessions scheduled for October. Given COVID, we're tackling with how we're going to do that, whether it'll be open Zoom or webinars or what, because public meetings probably won't be practical with physical distancing. They, in Carling, they mailed and door knocked to every resident within their in catchment area. So they're working on it. We will work on it with them and certainly leverage the website. We've got a few challenges because of the absence of community meetings per se and consultation, but they seem to be pretty comfortable with doing a webinar type of information, and then it would be posted on our YouTube, so people who couldn't actually attend would be able to see it at any point in time at home. So it may be more accessible, but we're going to have to publicize how it's accessible.
Okay. One last question before coming back to the towers. Does the township actually own the towers? Is VNet just providing the service on the towers?
No. Do you want to answer that, Michelle?
VNet will own the towers.
Mm.
And they will service.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some benefit, but you know, did you do a cost benefit analysis of the township actually owning them and you know, leasing it to VNet?
I attended a couple broadband conferences and have talked to an awful lot of other municipalities. There's a split vote on it, and most of the ones that built the infrastructure or owned it are sorry they did it because they don't have the expertise to maintain it. But I have to say that in the regional broadband initiative, we are considering with some of the other townships whether we should own the main backbone from Toronto.
Yeah, I think owning the infrastructure, my perspective is, and I won't speak on behalf of the committee, but, you know, owning it has advantages in that, you know, again, we could maybe recoup some of those costs, and, you know, we would have the advantage of being able to really make them compete for, you know, access and interest on those towers. So, yeah, I do understand the challenges, but there may have been ways around it, but I'm hoping you've considered all of that.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Dan, and the rest of the committee. Is Crystal or Craig, Walter, anything else to add at this point?
I
Hearing
just
none,
have a
then
question.
thanks, Council and Mayor, for the opportunity to give sort of a cursory perspective on the budget and you know, the initiation of the budget process. We would be pleased to stay involved as you move forward. However, Council and Mayor, you may deem worthwhile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just coming back a little bit to Crystal, that we haven't allocated the Henley money. It kind of got parked because of COVID, but some of the ideas that were floated, I've pulled out the old notes, allocating them on an annual basis to the wellness center or recreation center if it goes ahead, getting daycare off the ground, building or improving or maintaining better bike trails, maybe using some of the funds. They have to be used for community projects. That's a Henley mandate. Some of the others are retrofitting some of the community buildings, like the community hall in Rosso. There was a talk of subsidizing transportation within the township, maybe to and from Parry Sound. So there were several ideas, and it simply got parked. As you probably know, we're in a search for a new CAO, and with the KPMG study, possibly a new CAO, I'm hoping that a lot of these things that got parked will get more exciting and more active.
Quick question.
Sure.
Previously at a meeting I attended, there was a discussion around the table that the possibility council was looking at shutting down some of the community centers within, whether that be Foley, Rosso, Orville, Humphrey. Is that still on the table for discussion?
Not to my knowledge. Michelle?
Not to my knowledge.
No, I don't think we would be reelected if we closed any community centers. They're important places for each of the communities. It's been really hard to keep them closed. They're reopening now with COVID, but it was a hole in the community when they were closed because of COVID.
Yeah, no, okay, so the wellness, there could be possibility for addressing some of those funds to the wellness center, getting a daycare program, maybe addressing some to the bike trails, and retrofitting community buildings that are out there that are existing now, right?
Those are some of the ideas that I had made notes. We asked for ideas on November 7th. That's when my note is. So there are probably some other ideas in the file as well.
And at the end of the day, who's going to make the executive decision where those funds are? Is it going to be a community input, or is it going to be council and mayor were sitting around the table?
My guess it would be council with some community input. You know, we go back to our strat plan and say, where are the priorities? What do we need to spend it on? We have some parameters that were dictated by Henley, but I believe any of the projects would fit into that.
Yep.
No, Councilor Osborne?
Two things. Going back to your earlier comment, Crystal, I think you may have been thinking about our review of having 4 libraries. there was a discussion about all the number of libraries that we had in Seguin as opposed to halls. But we started to bypass that and decided we can't take any libraries out because of the different communities they serve, and we left it alone.
Yeah.
And your second point about the money and how that money should be spent, I'm a strong believer in having input from the public on how that's spent. To the point of town hall, a bull session, all kinds of ideas coming out on how to spend money to benefit the community. So I would like to see full community consultation on the spending of that kind of dollars. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Moffat, do you want to weigh in here, and then we'll go around the table with councillors and staff on wish list?
Yeah, before we get on the wish list, I guess I had some questions for Michelle. Under the key principles, maintain staffing levels and programs unless specifically identified. I'm just wondering if that is still realistic, given we're still in COVID-19. We don't know really what 2021 looks like. We are reopening, you know, the ice pad. I'm wondering if that's a statement that may not be 100% accurate given the environment we're sitting in.
If you want me to cut programs, you tell me which one.
That's not what I was asking or saying, Michelle. I'm just wondering
That's exactly what it is. Really, it's if you're cutting staff, you're cutting programs. And if
did I say cut?
But if you're talking about the programs that we didn't have this year, they were all staff related.
Again,
So,
I'm not saying that, Michelle. I'm saying we are opening the ice pad. We're adding a body in order to facilitate that.
Oh, that one body, that's completely separate. If we need to have that body again, we have to come back to council and specifically ask for that, and that would be funded through the COVID money.
Okay. So when we are looking forward to 2021, we are looking to reset 2021 to look like 2019?
For sure.
Is that that's what we're, okay.
That's what we're hoping.
So,
programming.
Right. I never said anything about cutting. I want to make sure I understand the landscape that we are moving forward into for 2021 budgeting.
Yeah.
So don't take a statement and turn it, please. With respect to the CPI, under basic assumptions, I believe in the fall you come forward to council with an estimate of what CPI is going to be. What is the timing of that, please?
I usually bring that number to council when we're looking at the cost of living, which is generally November.
Okay, because I believe last year I believe that there was a vacation schedule or something, so it should be in November.
It's usually in November, yes.
Okay, so we also had last year a bit of a hiccup with regards to the COLA adjustment that was going to be implemented when the budget was approved. As a council, what are we doing? Are we going and following through on the same methodology that we've done, or are we looking at, you know, adjusting it so it is reflective once the budget is accepted? And Mayor, I would ask your input on that, please.
I personally believe that we should follow what we did this year because that is the norm in the region. We did scan the other townships, and the message, whether it was intended or not, but the message that went to staff was not productive when we said we're going to hang on to it until April, even if it was going to be retroactive. I would look to a new CAO to advise us of how they've handled it elsewhere, but I believe that we, as council, made the right decision by making it into effect in January. But I'd be interested to hear what other councillors have to say.
I'm looking at Councillor Coles because he was the.
I was Daryl. I was trying to stay out of this one, but I honestly, the difference, if it means a happy and motivated workforce, I'm quite prepared to do it like we did this year. Not that I think it's the proper way to budget and proceed, but I just think if it keeps everybody on side, then we should do it that way. The way we did it this year.
Councillor Osborne.
Yes. Yes, Mayor. Just two things, more information for the Finance Committee. I want you people fully informed because you're such great volunteers. We did have an additional hit of a couple of $100,000 from EMS because of COVID sickness, days off from the ambulance service. But Michelle has informed us, and I've learned from them too, that we do have funds coming from the province to the tune of around 600,000, Michelle, in COVID related expense revenue. So that pads us up well. We're way ahead in that one. Thank you.
Councillor Fowler.
Sorry, Mayor, I wasn't finished. I had a couple other. Just in terms of the capital, we've got a plow truck, a grader, and a dozer, and I know the years, but I was wondering if I don't know what the year of the grader is, but I'm wondering about hours. I'm trying to understand, a little bit more detail behind these vehicles in terms of their planned replacement. And I don't need an answer at the moment. I'm just.
Director Kopich.
What I can tell you is we do follow the 15-year vehicle replacement strategy that does get adjusted every year based on usage and costs. This is what the plan is for this year, but Peter will be going through that shortly, and we can get you more information on the condition of the grader.
Well, okay. So what you're saying is that the dozer and the plow truck are under the 15-year?
All of our big equipment, including the grader, under the 15-year replacement strategy.
So we're advancing it because that would be 2025 for the plow truck and 2020.
No. We don't replace it every 15 years. We have a strategy for the next 15 years of what vehicle is going to be replaced.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay.
So I can add to that,
Sure.
specifically with the plow trucks. Our maintenance has improved on the plow trucks, and this is the first year that we've gone to an 11-year replacement cycle. So you'll notice that's a 2010 vehicle, and we pushed it off another year, and we've managed to keep it running. Plows are extreme duty and take a lot of abuse plowing the roads. So that's actually, we got an extra year out of that truck. So just to let you know.
Councillor Fowler.
Okay, so I'd like to just comment on the overall assumptions. My comments sort of remain the same as they do every year. I think that same old is same old, and I mean, I think we need to look at, this is a real safe way of doing it, but the reality is that, every year we end up with a surplus, and it's forecasted around 50,000 right now, but typically by the end of the year, it's always climbed. I personally was a little disappointed with the 2.5% tax increase last year, wherever it ended up. I thought we sort of failed there because we had set the target in this document at a -2. And this document is simply a target, and if you don't try, you don't find out. And I've made this statement time and time again, and I think that we should be targeting for something somewhat less than 2%. I'm not optimistic enough to say that we could target for a 0% tax increase, but I think somewhere between a 0 and a 1% increase would be a proper target. I don't have, too much problem with the rest of it. I think it's fine. But I really think we need to look back now and say, do we really want to target 2% year after year after year after year? I mean, it's been this target since I got on the finance committee, and a couple of years I've been involved in council, and I think it's time that we need to, see if we can do a little better. And my only other, and it really is a question for Michelle, is when do we review and approve the 2001 capital projects? What time of the year is that?
It's 2021 capital?
Yeah.
That will be in the budget binder that you get at Christmas.
So it's, so it just stays draft until at that point. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And last, you've got something that you come up with tonight that you want staff to look into to add to the budget.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Osborne, you have another comment?
Yes, I do. This is capital again, or I guess road maintenance. I don't know what that falls under. Tally Ho Swords Road, I believe is like 11 or 12 years old now. Michelle, I think, when was the G8? 09, roughly?
2010. 2010.
When everybody went to Huntsville? 2010, okay. So Tally Ho Road, which is a great hot paved road, has started to deteriorate in a number of different areas. In my last trip to Oroville, frost heaves, shoulder degradation, and I'm thinking rather than let it get fall to pieces, because it's been such a great road, we should be doing everything we can to maintain that. And I looked to Peter to have a real close look at that whole road. I don't think it's going to be a lot of money, but establish some sort of cost analysis on what it's going to cost to keep it from degrading further. And I think it would be worthwhile and save us money in the long run to preserve that pavement. Thank you. That's the only ask I have. I'm happy. Turtle Lake Road's getting done. Star Lake's underway. Clear Lake's done. I mean, this is great.
Okay, well, I was just about to turn it over to, I see a question from Councillor Moffat, and I'll get to you in a sec, but what I was going to do next was go ward by ward and ask each councillor to give us their prepared wish list. So do I understand correctly, Councillor Osborne, that you only have one thing on your wish list this year?
Well, only one major thing, and it could be major. I'm not sure to what extent, but subject to Peter's inspection.
Okay. Okay. With your agreement, I'll ask, do we just go ward by ward? Councillor Moffat, let's talk about your wish list.
I guess I would probably put two items on that list. The summer maintained roads. I know I'm jumping on Councillor Coles's hot button item too. So we put $100,000 into it last year. I think we need to do better and tackle this issue with summer maintained roads a little bit more vigorous in the 2021 year. I'd also like to, I forwarded to you, Mayor, my list from the Henby Inlet money. And one of the items that you did mention, and I know it's part of tonight's meeting, is I think we do need to do more and do something more with trails. We have a lot of people that have, are walking the roads. And I would say that we just paved James Bay Junction Road. I've been on it with my bike. It really should have had shoulders on there. So anytime we're doing any road, we should be having some sort of shoulder for walking, for riding, because it is, if we're not thinking that way, then we're not doing our job. So those would be, and any time that roads are in operations are doing that, I think we need to do that. But trails through our I'm working on one, but trails through our township are critical to keep people active and moving as we found out, there's more people around and, you know, you see more people on the roads walking. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe that those trails can be an economic engine as well, for tourism. Ward 2, Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Daryl, for introducing my subject. I just want to comment on a couple of things from the Finance Committee, though, and this has always bothered me. The fact that we have $100,000 surplus annually, in my view, is pretty good management. 100,000 on a $14 million or $16 million budget is practically nothing. I forget what the percentage is, but I think our staff do a really good job to come in. They don't overspend. They come in with a meager 100,000 surplus. I think, and I know, you all know, we've talked about it tonight already. We need more money. We only have two real services, big services, garbage and roads. And our roads, in some cases, need a lot more work. We know we've got seasonal roads that need to be opened up year round. More and more people are coming here on a year-round basis, and yet our roads aren't up to snuff. We don't maintain a lot of them in the wintertime. If the last few weeks, we've had a number of our people that are on seasonal roads sending, with all of council received a letter on Otter Lake Road. I received a letter on Three-Legged Lake Road, or a phone call, email, I should say. And people they want to know when our roads are going to be maintained on a year-round basis. They're paying taxes, and they're assets of the township, and we should be maintaining them on a year-round basis. So I'm going to, in addition to what Daryl said, I would like to see our budget increase from last year on this capital road piece. From, it was 100,000 we put in last year, which, as I understand, Michelle, carries forward. So that 100,000 will be there next year. It's based on the tax level of last year. And we add another 150, so we have a total of 250 in that road building until our seasonal roads are all up to snuff. We know we've got some big ticket items coming in the roads, and we have to be prepared to deal with them. And some of our other roads are, I can tell you, there's part of Blue Lake Road that's in rough shape, and it needs a patch. It's caused people to go into the ditch because it's rough, especially in the wintertime. And there's many other roads, even in my ward, and I understand from Peter in the south part of the township, that need work. We need to make sure on the services we provide for our citizens that we give them the very best we can. This is a wealthy township, but sometimes we nickel and dime on the tax increases. I, for one, do not support, and never will, a zero tax increase. Our inflation rate goes up every year, and if we can't keep paying our staff more and keep buying equipment, and everything else goes up if we don't raise our taxes. Our people expect that. They pay more for groceries every day. Like, I will not support ever a zero tax increase, just to be on the record. Okay, that's mine.
Councillor Osborne, have you used up all your wish list on Tally Ho Road and other roads?
Yeah, I think I have. After what Councillor Coles just said, I am really sympathetic to those seasonal road residents, and I think that should be a priority too. I don't necessarily I don't necessarily agree with them on never ever having a 0% tax rate, but yeah, I think and we have some seasonal roads in Ward 3 as well, as part of that big picture. That would be great. I know that one of our roads off Tally Ho has already been designated as to be year-round maintained, Berkeley Road, and that's a good sign. We're moving forward, Art.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Fellner, Ward 4.
Yeah, so just to clarify a point to Mr. Coles, I didn't propose that would be the final increase. I proposed that could be a target. The on my wish list is, and I am again, I feel that increasing the seasonal road budget is the right strategy moving forward. I supported the initial one I think, you know, we need to do more. And the other thing in my ward, I think what I would like Peter to look at is a strategy to move up, fixing the Stanley House Road. I mean, that road, I get more calls on that road. And I think it's probably due to the construction activity. And I noticed there's another huge project starting over in DePonce's old place. You know, I mean, the increase in assessments we've got out of that area in the last number of years is great for the township, but I mean, it's punishing to the residents. I mean, there's a lot of heavy truck traffic. It just, it really, you know, really plays hell with that road. And particularly in the fall and the spring. I mean, you know, by the summertime, you know, it's sort of got things under control, but you know, it needs work, and I'd like to see that accelerated somehow. I know it's in there somewhere in the capital budget, but I'd like to see it brought up a little sooner.
Thank you. Councillor Collins. Oh, he just turned himself off. I think, Ted, I think you turned your camera off instead of unmuting yourself.
Wrong button, Ted.
Yep,
There you are.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Just trying to, my iPad is, there we go. Wait a minute. I don't know why that's not working, but anyways, I'd like to, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to reiterate my project request from 2019 that was passed and never done. I wanted 2 outdoor photocell lights that I never received, and I wanted to put one at Hannum Park in the settlement area of Oroville. I also wanted to replace the street signs. There's only about a dozen of them in the settlement area that would be branded the same way as the street signs are in Rosso. And since we are doing a capital roads project on Star Lake Road this year for 2021, I'd like to see that the municipally owned road, Burkett Road, where 2 more residents are full-time, are done on a all year round basis. It's a municipally owned road. I've talked to Art about that, Burkett Road. We're doing Star Lake Road, so I can't see any reason why Burkett Road couldn't be done as well. And if we get the extra 150K that you're requesting, that's I would like to put that on the list for next year, if it's possible. So Burkett Road,
okay.
Street signs in Oroville, and I want my outdoor lights, Peter, that you said I was going to get last year that I never, last year that I never got this year. So, yes, thank you very much. That's about it.
I actually have my notes from September 10th of last year, and that's exactly what you said. So,
thank you very much, Mayor. I'm glad you keep notes. Yes, I did, and I never got anything.
You might lose me. I'm right on 1% power, so you might lose me. So anyway, my wish list is not. It's a couple of things. One of the things I'd like to see is some money put aside for transportation. I'm going to try to work on trying to get some kind of transportation for the seniors, particularly from the communities to Parry Sound. There is a need, and I'm going to investigate with the seniors home. So I'd like a little money put aside for that just if we do get something going, to have money to pay for it. I'd also like to see money put into roads. I know everybody's talked a lot about roads, but I do believe it's really important. And I believe without the money, you can't get all of this done that you want to get done. And I think the things that have been done so far have been really good. The improvements are amazing. So I think a little more money in there would be a really good choice. I also always want money for my community center, but I can hold on to that for a while. I really want my renovations done, and COVID has we haven't been able to do any fundraising or any talking to anybody. It's just really difficult. So we're hoping 2021 will be better, but that would be my wish list, was for roads and some money for transportation.
Okay, thank you, Gail. If you want an iPad charger, I have one here. If you
I'm plugged in, but it keeps telling me it's going to take me out.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a little bit of, I won't take long, but I guess what I want to do when I talk about my wish list, I want to go back to the strategic plan and talk about improving the community experience and the individual experience for all of our ratepayers. And so I think every time we allocate a dollar, we have to say, what's it doing for our ratepayers? And I completely agree with all the priorities on roads, and let's get them up to snuff. We are a pretty wealthy community, so let's have them in good condition. That I completely agree with. And I agree with Councillor Coles that the surplus is a good thing. And the surplus is likely to grow as more and more people come with these huge building permits. And one of the things I really hope that Director Coppich and perhaps Michelle will look at, there is no question that these huge projects are bringing in enormous tax revenue. They are also tearing up our roads. So I really hope this year in our budgeting we can look at some sort of a development fee or building permit fee that allocates some dollars to fixing the roads when they're torn up by, I approved one the other day on a site plan that the building permit itself is going to cost $80,000. There's room in there to charge them some money to keep the roads that they're tearing up with their cement trucks. So I really hope we look at that. But I'd like to look at the transportation that Councillor Finson talked about. I also believe we need to take a really solid look at what can the township do to facilitate daycare. The post-COVID world is going to put incredible pressures on women and families, particularly if school becomes one day on, one day off. And I'm not saying we need to be the provider, but I do believe we can facilitate some investigation into daycare and transportation that will make lives in Seguin a better place. From an environment point of view, I'm very proud of the fact that this council supported the benthic monitoring and that kind of thing. I don't think we're doing enough to, I don't want to be evangelical, but proselytize the ice cap calculations, to get involvement by our community and community members to actually understand that it's their role and they have a role. And so that probably comes down to some dollars allocated differently towards communication. You can call it marketing if you want, but we need to be excited about protecting our environment. And I think this council has the potential to lead that, but we need to take some initiatives to sell those initiatives, be proud of them, and have the entire community participate in them. So my wish is to focus on the priorities on the strategic plan, give people a better community experience, a better personal experience, attract more people. I don't think it's going to be hard. The real estate market is hot. People want to get out of the big cities. They want to renovate their seasonal dwellings into year-round. We have an opportunity to lead, and I like to see it in communication, transportation, support for families, be it daycare or something else, and it'll involve working with DSAP, but we need to start making this community a place that you want to be. And broadband, you know, everybody knows it's a pet peeve of mine, but I believe it underlies all of it. It underlies education at home, small business at home, attracting professionals, attracting other businesses, and if we don't continue to build on it, we're going to leave, the community's going to get left behind. So those are my wish lists, and I hope we can collect some funds from some of the big projects that are going on to help with roads. Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess as co-chair of IceCap, I appreciate the plug. I've been talking about transportation, so maybe Gail, we can connect on that, about that. I wanted just to touch on a couple of things, and I'm glad you also mentioned the testing. I was presuming that it would be going forward, given, you know, maintaining programs, so I didn't think that that would be added to the wish list. The one thing that I wanted just to find out from Peter were two things, and one comes back to the summer maintained roads. I'm presuming, Peter, that you and your staff are working on a report that would come to council with regards to 2021, given sort of some goalposts set here tonight on the summer maintained municipally owned roads.
Director Coppage, could you maybe tune in and help us understand your process?
Well, we're finishing off this year right now. We still have a couple of roads to do, and we're planning to do it before the end of the year. And we sort of wait for this process here to discuss our. It's obvious that seasonal roads are a hit item, and we can only do what we have the budget for. So we'll have a list of. We'll just carry on with what we're doing, but it depends on how much money we have. So we already established a list, so we're just following and expanding on that.
So I'll put Ferris Road on the top of that list then, Director Coppish.
Well, I think what we need Director Coppish to do to give us an idea of what the things we're asking for will cost.
Yep, and that's fine. And I you know, and I know we'll have a robust discussion at council. The one item though that I wanted to come back to was waste diversion. And I know that we implemented a green bin program, but I have no idea how successful or unsuccessful that was, where we gave a rebate to residents for a portion of their purchase of a green bin. And that kind of comes back to your earlier comment, Mayor, about communication. We launched it, but really, you know, it kind of died on the vine. I'm just, and again, I don't want an update at the moment, but I would like to know if maybe we need to have a different strategy with regards to green bin, because we know that that's a significant amount of weight into our transfer stations. And as Peter and I found out this morning when I met him at the Brooks Road transfer station, we continue to get excess, you know, garbage, waste there left. And I had a picture, I spoke to a resident just before this meeting who had a picture of a pickup truck. He got his license plate, disposing of everything in black garbage bags. And it certainly wasn't household waste that he was putting into the bin. And I, you know, again, going back to our strat plan, waste diversion, environmental stewardship, you know, by law enforcement. Those things need to work hand in hand with respect to the costs operating our transfer stations.
Okay, thank you. Peter, you can update us, but part of the green bin got parked, I think, by COVID because we couldn't have people picking stuff up.
Well, that's part of it, but you know, we're not finished the season yet, and we would report on that later on in the year. I mean, it's not over yet, but there hasn't been a lot of response, a lot due to COVID.
And probably poorer communication than we might have had.
What's that?
Well, I think we could have communicated it. So again, the excitement around the initiative never really built, and there's no question COVID got in the way of a lot of that.
And some of these programs, Mayor, sort of, you know, fit under our greenhouse gas, under IceCap and our objectives there. And I think there's opportunities to work together with partnering within the municipality, other municipalities, and trying to promote those items as much as possible to try to, reduce our impact on the environment.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask if there's any directors or senior staff that have particular things on their wish list that we have not mentioned, that they believe are vital to the success of the township. You can put up your little blue hand or just turn on your camera.
I can speak that a lot of the things that I could use help in is have been discussed. Seasonal roads and road maintenance. Those are big issues. And so is waste management.
Okay.
All of them.
Director Stone, you've got something to add.
Yeah, well, as council knows, the building department's been challenged with a lot of concerns about its customer service and, outstanding building permits from way back when, and just maintaining our timelines. And as the mayor alluded to, some of the more complex building permits that we're getting because of the big cottages. One of the things that Mark and I are discussing is whether we can have another plans examiner / inspector to help with dealing with, the current load of building applications, as well as tackling some of the outstanding open permits that. So one of the things that we can do is through the building act is to ensure that if we hire staff, it's within the revenue projections of our permits. And so we've done some number crunching, and there is an opportunity for us to hire another inspector / plans examiner and have it recovered through our current fee structure. So that's one thing that we've talked about. Also too, there's one of our planning assistants has actually been quite industrious with her efforts to improve her skills and take on more responsibilities, short road allowances, and minor variance applications. And so there may be an opportunity for council to consider her as a planning technician. So those are two ideas that we have in our department.
Great. Is there an opportunity to talk about some way to put a levy on building permits when we can look at them and we know there's going to be 55 cement trucks down Stanley House Road because of the building permit? Can we recoup some of that money through, I don't know what you call it, a development fee?
Well, there's in the province, you're allowed to have growth pay for itself through development charges. The municipality right now does not have a development charge fee for road improvements, but that would be one opportunity. The other opportunity, and we've had this discussion many times with council, is the idea of having more properties subject to site plan control. And in regards to site plan control, you can deal with off-site public infrastructure, so road improvements that may be required to allow for the construction of these multi-million-dollar cottages. So that's something that would require changes to the site plan control bylaw to deal with major developments. But that's something that council could investigate as part of the the 2021 budget.
Okay, I just think I think we need some revenue to help us with the roads, so I'm intrigued by that possibility. Dominique, Dawn, any ideas that you want to put forward immediately? There's Dominique.
Hi. No, I just wanted to mention, because I don't have their final report yet, but Steenhoff has done our building assessments, which was a 2020 project. So I'm hoping that there are no major surprises, because most of our building upgrades are already in our 5-year plan, but you never know what might come out of that report. So I would be, updating council once I have that.
Don, any wish list?
No, fire is great. I appreciate the support that council give us, and we're moving forward, trying to stay healthy. We've ended up with a few calls that have come close to being COVID positive, so we're doing our best to help the public, but at the same time stay safe. So, yeah, it's working well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I will turn it over to Michelle a little bit. I think I wrote down, I've got my notes now for this year, but roads, and more roads. And it's going to take some money. And as Councillor Osborne has often stated, he believes, and I agree with him, that most of our ratepayers are happy for a tax increase as long as they see the value in it and see what they're paying for. I'll get to you, Councillor Osborne. Dominique, you still have your hand up. Do you have something you want to add? Or
no, sorry, I didn't take it down.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, just a couple of comments through to Peter. He's still with us. Peter, given what you've heard about roads and necessary repairs and improvements to unserviced roads, can you somehow, and I know you're shy about this, put a dollar figure on it first as we progress through this budgeting process? I don't know, dollars versus kilometers or whatever, and give us some sort of estimate as what you need. If you don't ask, you won't get. And Don, to you, I've understood that there's a shortage of firefighters in part of Seguin still. Is there some way we can enhance your department to further attract volunteers? Are you still short?
We're always looking for people.
Okay.
Fortunately,
what's the basic problem for not getting them? Is it lack of remuneration?
No, in most cases, the people aren't there. Like our biggest populated area have the most volunteers. As you go to the outlying areas, you get less and less people. And that's our biggest challenge.
And are these volunteers pretty much subjected to their own areas? Like you wouldn't use a volunteer from Foley to go to a fire in Rosso?
Yes, yes. That's how our system works. So
you try to quadrant them. Okay.
Yeah. So any major call, we bring in volunteers and vehicles from every hall.
But in a minor call, if you're short of staff, that could be a problem in the local area, correct?
It could be. We've been fortunate that we have not, had no one available. And we keep a pretty close eye on things, especially on weekends with people being away. Right. And if we know that there's a couple of people away, we'll notify the next hall that we may need your help if required.
So the situation is not a monetary one. It's more of a logistics one. Okay.
Not a monetary. No.
Thank you. Thanks.
Something that I think we didn't put on a wish list, but I think it's a necessity, is that we need to upgrade council chambers to allow us to continue to stream our meetings. Our ratepayers have gotten used to COVID and YouTube and being able to watch us. And in order to do that going forward, we will need, and us moving back into council chambers, that needs to be a capital expenditure or item going forward.
But I think we can apply that against the COVID money.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Michelle's saying we might be able to spend the COVID dollars to do that. So that would be great. But I think it's something we need to do to get with the time. So I don't see any more little blue hands.
But I'm going to bring up one point that nobody has talked about, and that's the Wellness Center in Perry Sound. That is still going through the grant, but that is going to, if that is successful, that's going to cost the township a fair bit of money. So just to keep that one in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and where that will cost us money is on the capital cost and likely ongoing annual costs. And it is likely that with the 7 municipalities and 2 First Nations, that Seguin's portion will be somewhere between 18 and 22%. Believe me, I'm working hard to keep it closer to 18, but it's going to be a tight one if the funding comes through. So we need to be aware of that. And I think we're watching very carefully what's going on at Belvedere, whether it might reduce our requests a little bit. But it's too soon to say. So I want to say thank you, first of all, to staff. I've never seen you go over budget on anything. You're managing to the penny in a pretty tight confines. COVID's throwing some pretty interesting curves at everybody from a personnel point of view and a behavioral point of view, and I think they're doing a great job. So I hope what we've said tonight can give a little bit of vision for the township. I'm looking forward to the KPMG study. I've seen some top lines, and it's pretty reassuring that we're not too far out of line anywhere, and I think council will be pleased with that. The key will be implementation going forward. And we also have on the horizon, we have a new CAO possibly, and some of the dollars we've spent this year involve hiring a search firm for that person. Those are unanticipated expenses that you will see in the final 2020 budget figures. And to the Finance Committee, thank you for your time, your interest. You're probably going to think we're ignoring you, but what happens now is staff goes back with all this input and works for a couple of months before we hear, any of us hear anything. They do the community, they call them community development plans, and then they sit down as a team to evaluate them. So trust us that the work is being done on all of the priorities, and I'm hoping they'll update us. The budget binders the last couple of years have been available just in time for bedtime reading on Christmas Eve. So that's when we'll see them first. But if you have questions in the interim, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, to a counselor, or to Michelle to say, how are you costing this? What's going on? Who's doing what? Because the time is really, really, really valuable, and your input's really important to us. So thank you. I'm going to suggest you're welcome to stay. We've still got several agenda items that we have to cover.
Mayor, sorry.
Finance Committee can stay if they want. I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break before we go back to staff reports on the agenda item. Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, just earlier in the year, the Finance Committee was tasked with a couple of process documents and stuff like that. Maybe we could have a quick update, since we're all together here tonight, as to, you know, where things are at. I think one was on the purchasing agreement, and then the other one was on the donations and contributions. And obviously those things are, you know, going to impact 2021 as well. So I'm just wondering if we could have an update.
Well, I think we can tell you that we received quality input from the Finance Committee on the purchasing policy. It got parked by COVID, by the departure of our CAO, by a whole lot of things. So we need to get back at it. And Michelle, do you want to talk a little bit about that? We are looking, we haven't done anything with it, is what we're at right now.
We have some fairly extensive input from the Finance Committee, and it just had gotten to the point where it was moving to the CAO's desk. So we're waiting for the new CAO.
Okay, thank you.
And to the Finance Committee, we apologize, because we know a fair amount of work went into it. But I also believe that whatever we do going forward should involve the new CAO as well as the treasurer.
Thank you.
There was a second item, Mayor, with regards to Councillor Moffat's point, and that had to do with the donation policy. And we are just in the process of beginning the review of that.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
A quick question, Peter, when's Horseshoe Lake Road getting completed?
Which road?
Horseshoe Lake,
Horseshoe Lake.
when are you doing that?
We're waiting for Fowlers. It's gonna happen this year before snow. That's all I can tell you.
Just because last year they started at the same time and the Mother Nature didn't partake so well, so.
That's for sure.
We don't have control over the contractors, unfortunately. So we have worked with them, and we're hoping to get that done in October.
Okay, thanks.
Ooh, that's fortunate. Snows in October, Peter.
Okay.
Early October.
Thank you very much. It's 20 to 9.
Yes.
And I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break to then go back to item 8 on our council agenda. We need 8, 10, and 11, and maybe 12. But we'll move through them quickly if we can. But we'll all be back at our chairs at 8:45. Thank you, Finance
Thanks,
Committee.
Peter.
Thank you.
Dan.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Oh,
But I don't,
is your iPad maybe not working? It's not holding a charge.
well, it was, it got so low, it probably just took a while.
Get back up.
Yeah. It probably has to be at a certain percentage before it doesn't give you the warning.
So Daryl, aren't you taking a break?
Should I take this off?
Are you not taking a break? No? I just take mine when I feel like it. Nature calls.
I brought my snack food and I had my snack food. So
Yeah, boy, I haven't had my supper yet.
I haven't either.
You guys know that you're still on YouTube?
Yep.
Yeah, we know we're still on
Just let you
YouTube.
know.
That's fine. We're not gonna say anything rash. Welcome to Seguin Council meetings, never ending.
I like to walk.
Craig? Are you there, Craig? Okay.
Hello?
Hey, Craig. Would it be possible when we do our council agendas to put a page number behind each major area, like staff reports, page number, whatever, and then public meeting, page number?
Daryl's gonna laugh at me,
Why?
but that's really what the bookmark's for. So at some point, we probably, if we can ever get back in the same room,
Yeah.
did review with council again a bit the iPad.
Yes.
I can't see my screen, but I'm assuming that Daryl's laughing.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, the problem, and I think he'll attest to it, we review that may take care of what you're speaking
How to do
to.
it.
Because when you look at the bookmarks, they can only take so many characters. So with like, if we put a consent, staff report, whatever, you can only see so much of it. So even if we were to put a page number after each one, in a lot of them, it would get cut off.
So it's just each category, or like 0.8, a page number, 0.9, page number, that sort of thing.
Oh, you mean like,
Right
yeah,
on the agenda.
yeah.
On the agenda.
Those we could because the title's not as long.
Yeah.
Where's the cover pages?
Yeah, of each section,
Yeah.
8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we could do
Correct.
that.
Yeah.
It's just
Craig.
a lot easier to go, when we're going back and forth on agenda items, it's a lot easier to find the item if there was a number attached to it.
And Craig,
Everybody's iPad give you the same number of pages? It should.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
Craig, I was just gonna say, like, I can only use my iPad for the council meeting because that's the only thing I have video on. So I actually have to put everything onto my computer or go onto the website in order to get the agenda packages. So I'm having to work on two pieces of equipment where I can't go back onto my iPad once it's gone into council meeting to, to flip back and forth. So I have to move everything that I'm reviewing onto my computer so that I can use the iPad for the actual council meeting. There's just hiccups no matter what, but.
Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is you download the package onto, say, your laptop as opposed
Yep.
to your iPad. Yeah.
Or I just go on the
bookmark
website.
Yeah, the bookmark should stay the same because they're with the document, hopefully. So
I have
if
the
we
same
continue with the
situation,
bookmark
Daryl.
at the
Yeah.
page number behind.
I have two iPads going. I have a similar situation, but mine isn't very good because it loses its power fast.
Yeah.
But I can't do it on the work one because it's got all my information on it. So I'd have to do the same as you if I wanted to switch them. So it's a difficult. I've got two iPads going, but this one that I use, my personal one, is a little older and it loses power like quickly. So same sort of.
Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order, and I'm hoping we can go pretty quickly through this stuff. So I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the staff reports as presented on the agenda for September 8th, 2020 meeting of council. Need to read them all? I don't need. Can I have a motion from Councillor Moffat
I so move.
and a seconder from Councillor Coles?
I'll second that.
All in favor of receiving the staff report? Thank you, and that's carried. So I'll turn it over to Michelle on the financial report. Congratulations so far.
Congratulations so far, yes. Just continuing on through the summer. It's kind of self-explanatory, we're just plugging along. So.
And revenues are coming in strong.
Revenues are coming in strong. The building permit revenues are particularly strong. We're almost at budget for the year. And we've got significant, really significant projects going on.
Oh, we can lower taxes.
Yeah. Any questions for Michelle? Okay, thank you, Michelle. As always, well done. And I'm going to turn it now over to Dawn. Oh, sorry. I have this should be under Michelle? Okay.
No, that's the next one, but you need to get it on the table.
Okay, so this is the motion, and then Dawn will speak to it. That bylaw number 2020-092, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a commercial lease agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Seguin and the Corporation of the Town of Perry Sound for a portion of the Humphrey Fire Station number 40, located at 115 Highway 141, is hereby deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and passed by council. Could I have a motion by Rod Osborne?
So moved.
Thank you. And seconded by Terry Fellner?
Second.
You all in, or any discussion, or Dawn, do you want to take us through what this is?
Yeah, this is an agreement as per our MOU that we signed with Town of Perry Sound that they agreed to pay back on a monthly basis the renovations and any extra costs involved to move EMS to Station 40. So basically, it's a 5-year agreement. They originally were paying $400 a month. It will be increased by an additional $521.71 per month, plus applicable taxes. Thanks, Daryl, my proofreader. You're hired. We have an extra S, and the HST and GST will be HST going forward.
Well, Don, will that be like 12,000 a year now to pay back? Roughly?
No, it wouldn't be that much. It'd be about 6,000 a year.
Okay.
The total cost was just a little over $30,000. They had agreed to not to exceed $50,000.
Well, we should get that back in 5 years then.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Good job.
Mr. Moffett?
So somewhat related, Dawn, what happens with our building at Horseshoe Lake Road and Old 69? Because I have received a number of calls from volunteer firefighters that feel that that station should remain open because there's a lot of people in the area, and that seems to be a hub spot for them to get to the truck and get to an accident. And I know it's not exactly this, but I'm just wondering if you have an update for us on that location, please.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, I went and met with members of Station 40. To remind council, this was talked about and a decision was made over a year ago. And the argument or the points of discussion, I wouldn't call it an argument. I feel the meeting was a good meeting. They did indicate that there were a couple of people close to that station. And as my point to them was, if we were manning the station, I would agree that that would make sense. That station comes out of the days when the townships were looked at, even though they would help each other to qualify for insurance purposes. To cover that area of Foley, they had to put a station down in that area to be within a certain driving distance from the fire hall. So when you look at the proximity between Station 40 and Humphrey and that location, and then when we looked at the cost originally of, do we put money into this? And quite frankly, EMS made it pretty clear that they were not prepared to put money into it. We did with GIS, Chris ran the numbers for us as travel by road, not as a crow flies. And basically the overlaps of all 4 stations more than cover what that station was doing. So really it comes down to, well, there's a couple of people that live within close proximity. That's if they're home. The one individual, he was in Africa for 3.5 months this past winter, and he's done that 2 years running. So yes, it's something to consider, but I think if you look at the pros and cons, it makes more sense to dispose of the station once everything is done and the truck is gone.
And I understand that the existing, so sorry, you are getting rid of the truck? It's not being moved up here to the Foley
Yes.
Station 10?
The new truck is going to Station 10.
And the old truck goes?
The old truck I've been offered a lot of money for, and that's something at a future meeting I'll bring it up. Henvey Inlet have offered me a lot more than is required, and I think we need to discuss something fair to them.
Okay, so we'll look for some more information as this develops. And Don.
Yeah, I can bring a report to the next meeting. Just
No, I'm not asking that. We're still walking through the process, so I'm not trying to circumvent or, I just want to make, like I said, I've received a number of calls and had some discussions with the firefighters with regards to that station and that equipment, and they've indicated to me, and maybe others on council, some concerns with, closing that or getting rid of the vehicle or, possibly losing another piece of equipment. That's, it sounds like you've met with them recently on that, so I'm hopeful that, that you guys have worked this out amongst the firefighters.
Well, and I think the fact that all their equipment is now going to be in one station. And that was a point that their district chief brought forward to say, right now there's a tanker 6 or 7 kilometers away. This way you've got, the ability, the people that are close, the one particular gentleman, it's probably not that much further. It may be a couple of minutes to come to Humphrey Station. So what we're trying to do is help the volunteers understand that you're a member of Seguin. Yes, you have a station assigned, but within reason, if you're available to go to another call for assistance, please attend. And that's what people are doing. And it's working quite well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
So Don, I take it then the plan is to dispose of that building, or is there any purpose for retaining it for storage purposes or any other reason that you could think of to utilize that space? Because I know at Station 40 you were tight for room for a while.
Yeah, no, for the cost to keep it, the repair, and it was a basic building built by volunteers.
Okay.
And many years ago. So it's one of those issues where, sure, everyone thinks they always need more space, but do you really need more space?
So you're leaning towards disposing of it?
From fire's perspective, yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Might be a good auto shop for somebody or something. Who knows?
There's a couple of contractors that have called and are very interested in it.
On that subject, is it zoned appropriately for most types of businesses to go in there?
That's a good question. I'll check on that.
Still look at the zoning on it, and that would maybe enhance the space for a potential buyer. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to authorize the commercial lease. There being no further questions, all in favor? Thank you, and that's carried. Okay, so now we move to item 10 on page 318. Steve, do you want to talk to us a little bit about the zoning bylaw on Osler Park Drive?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to the rest of council. So this is initiative that's happening within the city limits or the town limits of Parry Sound. What they're really doing is trying to rezone the property for industrial/commercial uses. Much of the property, or the rear part of the property, is EP zone, and they want to change that area into a use zone for commercial uses. What we noticed about it was that a large portion of the EP is actually surface water, and that surface water actually is connected to several water bodies within Seguin. And looking at the documents that they submitted in support of the rezoning application, they didn't speak to off-site impacts on hydrology, so that would be water levels and water quality. So that would be a couple of the concerns that staff flagged as being concerning that should require more study. So we did have a conversation with Taylor, the planner, manager of planning there, and he did forward the information to us, hence it being appended to council's agenda tonight. So that if council is interested in providing comments, we as staff can certainly prepare a draft of those comments for your consideration.
Councillor Moffat.
So if I understand this correctly, Steve, staff are commenting, we're collecting comments and going to make a submission with regards to this rezoning application in the town of Parry Sound, or
Yeah,
this, or no comments unless council brings them forward.
Well, yeah, it was really normally what the Planning Act allows municipalities adjoining to provide comments on zoning applications. And Taylor, for example, has commented on the Coulter property rezonings that have happened a few times over the last number of years, and vice versa. I've said the township could provide comments. Now, if council shares the same concern as we do, we would certainly highlight those in a letter to the town planner, and he would have to include that as part of his planning report, I would imagine.
So as of right now, there is nothing coming from our township on this matter other than some oral discussions between you and Taylor.
That's right, because it was just received, I'm going to say a week and a half ago. It's been very, so the only thing we asked is the statutory requirements to be included in any sort of decision-making process that the town will go through. So that's all we could do at this point.
Well, I think, Mayor, I think we should be commenting on this, given that we're talking about the watershed that flows south here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Osborne.
So do you have a recommendation, Steve? As to whether we could do anything or what?
My initial thought is, yes, the application to rezone the property is premature because they haven't addressed the hydrology or water quality issues that could affect downstream ecosystems, mainly being in the township.
So you feel we should bring that up to the town then?
Yes, that's
okay.
what.
That would be appropriate? Good. I concur with that.
I also feel pretty strongly that it's important for us to take our stands as an environment first. And when I just look at the drawing, even though I'm not a planner, I'm concerned about the people on, I think it's Anderson Lake. And I do have to say it's not the first time that Parry Sound has just kind of said, who cares if it's a EP zone. So I would like a staff, I guess the next step is for you to write a staff report for council to concur with. Is that the next step, Steve?
Well, I could do that, but I would say timing is really of the essence because they're dealing with it at an upcoming council meeting, I believe, next week. So I think council should give direction at this point just for the clerk to provide a letter on behalf of council saying that you do have concerns and you believe consideration of it is premature pending additional environmental work that deals with water quality and hydrology issues downstream of this site.
Okay, I agree that we need to do something in writing, but since you're the expert, I think it should come from you. You've got the terminology. I don't care whether I sign it or CAO signs it or who signs it, but if you would draft that letter expressing the concerns.
Certainly I can do, yeah.
Okay.
All in favor?
We will move on to, we have two letters from Park to Park Trail. I'll ask Terry to address them as our representative. And what next steps are needed.
Okay, well, hang on. Now I've lost my old package here. Just a second.
It's 580, page 587.
No, I know. Yeah, I was there and I pushed the wrong button and I lost it. Just hang on. So, yeah, so I notified or advised council earlier that we would be getting an official letter from Park to Park, and it's finally arrived. As such, I've had a brief discussion with our clerk, and we have given some documents that I have in my possession that he has not had time to thoroughly review to see what we could do to help this organization. So right at the moment, I guess it's a work in progress. You know, I'm sort of deferring to Craig to, you know, have a look through and see what we can and cannot do for them. So that would be the yeah, I mean, I don't think we've got a recommendation right now because we're not really even sure what's involved in bringing everything up to order, you know? So, other than Craig feels it's probably going to be a lot of work, so.
I think it will be a lot of work, but I think it's work that needs to be done. I think, I believe pretty strongly, as we stated in the budget discussion, that Park to Park Trail is an asset that brings economic development, tourism to us, and the governance just isn't where it needs to be. Sometimes it's just fallen by the wayside because it's volunteers, but I do think we need to allocate some resources into helping figure out what it should be, whether we actually do it, but what should the governance look like, finding out what we've got. And I also believe very strongly that if we have the business case of what it should be, we can then potentially go to some of the other townships that the trail goes through, because they've fallen by the wayside. And I've talked unofficially to a couple of them, and they just said, well, nothing was happening. We didn't know what was going on. So I think if we, as a township, can take the bull by the horns, maybe we have to allocate a few resources, maybe we need some legal counsel, I don't know. But we don't have a pitch that we can take to other councils yet.
Agreed. And our discussion the other day was probably an hour in length. So, I mean, we sort of went through, you know, actually, do we have a park to park trail? You know, do we actually have a trail that runs park to park? You know, these type of things. So I think we need some time to do some homework so we can come up with a plan.
So it's in good hands with you, Craig, and whatever other resources we need to have.
Yeah, the one simple comment that I'll make, that, to put it really bluntly, and I'll do this, Terry. I believe you're starting in the wrong spot. Governance is not the issue. I don't believe Park to Park has the resources to do the job, period. And so there's no sense us giving them governance documents if they don't have the resources to do anything with it. So for us to start off and create all kinds of documents and give them all kinds of examples is inefficient, because if we do that and they don't have the resources to actually do anything with it, then we've wasted our time. And we are not Park to Park, so we can't go to other municipalities as Park to Park and request money in that. We aren't Park to Park. Park to Park used to have 2.5 staff people. They now have 1. And I don't know how one person, forget about the governance part, even does the Park to Park trail maintenance. And that's where Councillor Fellner and I got into discussion. So there's a whole big discussion is what he's saying. If we aren't prepared to have that tonight, that would take, took us an hour.
Okay, but I agree that maybe we've got the chicken before the egg or the egg after the chicken. I don't know, but there's issues. Councillor Moffat.
Well, given that I sat on that board and did a lot of this legwork to try to resolve a number of issues, I think it may be, and I don't know if Craig, or Mayor, if you've provided Craig with my summary of all the documents, it's probably maybe an opportunity for the mayor, Councillor Fellner, and myself to sit down with maybe Craig and, talk about, sort of working out what exactly we can do and what exactly we should do. And, I see the submission by Councillor Fellner in terms of, from the Petro-Canada North to Rankin Lake Road, and I tried to take my side-by-side through there, and I gave up after the first 50 feet because I wasn't going to wreck my vehicle. So maybe it's doing a short-term fix by, instead of contributing money, put some gravel down or fix the trail so that we at least have something. But I think we need to have a meeting internally on this.
Okay, I'll agree to that. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, I just need some clarification here, Terry and Daryl. Like, is this board capable of doing what they're supposed to be doing in the first place?
Well,
fairly large.
Yeah, well, I guess it really boils down to the first question is, what are they supposed to be doing in the first place? And
they don't know.
The second question becomes, in order for them to do that, do they have enough funding to do it? Because basically the funding that they're depending on right now is selling permits for ATV vehicles.
Yes, well, we withheld funding from the municipality in
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and we withheld it because of the lack of transparency on their numbers. Now, I remember days when Nick Ryland come in and we give him seed funding for Bootstrap, and it was going to raise all kinds of money. Remember the Bootstrap money? Are they not selling permits? Is it under what they estimated? Mm-hmm. It is?
Well, I think that
do we know where
the revenue that they're generating isn't sufficient to maintain that trail system at the standard it should be maintained at.
Is there any paper trail to indicate where the money they have had is going? I've rumors about expenditures with no receipts, and I don't know if that's true or not.
I can't comment on that, Russ. I haven't got that far in.
So I guess they're looking for some leadership to help them out and get them set on their way, and financial help, right? Both?
Yeah, they're looking for, what I impressed upon them, and I've only been to one board meeting, is the need for a strategic plan. You need to have a plan, right?
Well, how long have they been running Park to Park, Terry? Come on, this is not a new venture.
Well,
is there no history to this where they had a mandate and an operational plan?
Well,
it's been going for as long as I've been on council.
It's been going for quite a while. So,
so where did the wheels
that's the challenge here, Rod, is to figure out where it's at. And what the fix is, or whether it's.
Just find out, was it operating well to begin with, and it's kind of the wheels have fallen off over time, or that's why I'm trying to understand the basic problem.
I can't answer that because I don't have the history with it. Right.
All right.
Councillor Moffat did pull together an awful lot of historical documents, and those were all forwarded to Councillor Fellner. Yes. I agree that a next step is a working meeting with the clerk, Councillor Moffat, Councillor Fellner, and I'll be happy to participate to figure out what they should be doing, what they can do, and what role Seguin plays. Okay. My understanding is that the property is actually not owned by us. It's owned by the province or someone else. Yeah. And so we need to figure out who's responsible for what. So as a next step, let's figure out a date for that kind of a working meeting.
Okay. It's TBA.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
The next item is really just the update. Michelle, Art, Chris, attendees, VNet project update. And I guess they'll be on hold until the meeting on the, the meetings won't be on hold. They happen every 2 weeks. Just to keep everybody up to date that they are meeting their deliverables and doing what they have to do. So there's 2 reports, we'll keep them coming regularly to you. Any
You
questions?
still have confidence in this timeline?
It's aggressive. It's very aggressive, but, I mean, the level of detail they go into with us at the meetings is incredible. You know, orders, purchase orders, everything else. They're moving to have this done before it's snow. I hope we can land on tower locations in the next couple of weeks, but.
Well, that's the thing. You're ordering equipment, they don't have a tower site. Yeah, okay. Leave it with you.
They know the risks, and they have other municipalities that would happily take the equipment.
Okay.
I guess, Steve, I'll ask you to speak to the Carrington Colonization Road, if you don't mind, and give us the it's Craig? Okay, Craig, you can tell us about it.
Council may recall, a couple meetings ago, Rose Point Trail Committee had a rep come and make a delegation. So this letter is simply for information. Yet at this point, it's premature. There's a public process that council has initiated for closure of a portion, and that will include notice to people and comments to be received. This gentleman just was aware of our meeting, so sent the comments early. So it's really information at this time, and we'll go into that package.
It'll go into the public consultation package.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mayor,
Yeah.
and I don't know who to ask this question, but do we anticipate this to be an issue? Or we just don't know at this point? Like, what we're thinking of doing versus what this gentleman, is looking to utilize the road?
Really, at this point, we don't know. We've
Okay.
never had concerns.
Okay.
But we'll see what comes out.
And Councillor Cole, do you have a question?
Yeah, I would just say, if it is closed, we will have an issue because this is his only access to his property. I was by it the other day and there's a gate on it, but it's left open for his access, so. And it is just a trail, it's just.
So there's no gate on the Carrington Colonization Road.
Well, it's an open gate and the.
Former colonization road that's not maintained.
Yes.
You couldn't drive your car through it today.
Well, there's no, you wouldn't drive your car, but you could drive an ATV or something like that.
Certainly.
Yeah.
There's no
Anyway,
gate on
my point is, if this is his only access, and he's had it since 1968, it could be an issue. That's all.
Okay, well, let's see what happens in public consultation.
Okay.
Okay, so we move on to the bylaws, number 11. This is a motion that bylaw number 2020-088, being a bylaw to write off taxes on properties in the Township of Seguin, is hereby deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, and passed and enacted by council. Michelle, do you want to explain which property this is?
It was a fire.
It's a fire, yeah. So could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
Sorry, I so move.
And how about seconded by Councillor Collins?
Were you asleep, Ted, or what? Couldn't see you.
I've got to unmute myself. I'll second that.
All
Mayor.
in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Okay. We have another motion, and this is, that was an addition to the agenda, that bylaw number 2020-093, being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 2020-082, and pass a new bylaw to validate the title of a lot within the Township of Seguin, application number B 2019-0024-H for 2540659 Ontario Inc., 141 Winterberry Lane, Seguin, is hereby deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and passed and enacted by council. Could I have a motion from Terry Fellner?
Moved.
And seconded by Rod Osborne?
Second.
And I'm gonna ask the clerk to address what this is.
Council may recall a meeting ago, this was before council validation of title, Mr. Howard Oldham, and he also spoke. It turns out that when they drafted the legal description for this, it was incorrect. So they've now, this is really administrative, just going to repeal that file and pass a new bylaw with the corrected legal description. And that is in your addendum package. There's a letter to that.
So it's just, all in favor? Thank you. And that's carried. And we'll go to brief reports. You have the Chief Administrative Officer's report, and I want to pay tribute to her. She's been wearing many hats for many weeks and doing a great job. So thank you for stepping to the plate.
Can I question the CAO, Mayor? Just one question. Michelle. Is minor, I see the ice pad is going to open up October 5th. Is minor hockey going to be active or not? Do you know?
I can't really answer that yet. Dominique, are you still here?
Yep.
Hi, I'm still here. Sorry.
There we go.
Dominique, is minor hockey scheduled in October or not?
We're still waiting for confirmation that they've changed their way of, they're not going to be playing games. They're going to be practicing, that kind of thing. So we do anticipate them coming back, but we don't have confirmation yet. We do have confirmation from other groups, but it's still moving parts.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for the CAO? Thanks for the report. And we'll go to Ward 1 first for report.
All right, I guess Michelle and I did have a couple of standing Friday afternoon property visits. That was now broken by the long weekend. Maybe we'll pick that up here a little bit more. So I've had a number of interactions with residents on a number of different matters. Planning buildings seem to be top of mind. Number of meetings with regards to ice cap. We have an upcoming meeting with the larger group scheduled for the 21st of February, or sorry, 21st of September. So we're planning and getting all those things completed. We did a deputation. I did a deputation last week at the Township of McDougall with regards to their requesting that they join IceCap themselves, and Whitestone are the two area municipalities that are not in yet. We hope the co-chair and I, Forrest Pengra, hopefully we were convincing enough that we can get them into the fold. But we probably have a little bit of work to do. Met with Ingrid and Neil at the airport last week, along with Councillor Collins. Obviously, we've had a number of meetings ongoing, and I think that, I was just looking at my calendar, I think that's pretty much it for highlights and over the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, just quickly, the only news release about Belvedere, we had a meeting, and I think I mentioned this because we had a finance committee earlier, but confirmed at our board meeting that we have 4 years left on our mortgage at Belvedere, and when the mortgage is paid off, that frees up a significant amount of our funding, because that's primarily what our funding goes to. But we anticipate being able to pay it off in 2 years out of reserves, which means that we may only have 2 more years of the in-depth payments that we have to Belvedere. That's the hope. Apart from that, we've extended our new administrator's contract for another year while we work with the West Parry Sound District Health Center to work up our management agreement that we put on hold because of COVID. So that's being worked up again, and we'll get on with how we go forward as a collective group, which again should help reduce our costs. So it's all positive from a monetary perspective. So hopefully that comes to pass. So that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Well, it's been a long day, so I don't have much to report, but there's one thing I keep forgetting to bring up. There's a sign on 141, Seasons of Muskoka, the Rosso, whatever, that half torn down sign. We do have a sign bylaw within the bounds of Seguin on the MTO highways. And I'm wondering, maybe Craig can answer, is there a way we can have the new owner of the frontage on 141 remove that sign, which is derelict? It's an eyesore.
What we can do is contact the MTO, because you're correct, it's in their corridor.
Yes.
The MTO hasn't been too quick, I guess, on sign complaints, but we can certainly put one in. And
Well, you know, that thing, I mean, that's got to be, I don't know, 8 years ago, that whole thing fell apart, that condo development, and the sign's been deteriorating ever since, and it's just ugly. And I mean, a couple of guys with a chainsaw could drop that thing at least to the ground real quick.
obviously, the courts can't
Where
do
is
that.
it?
It's the Seasons of Muskoka on Little Whitefish, halfway between Tally Ho and Humphrey, on the flat.
Oh, okay.
It was going to be the timeshare development back in the con days, and it got denied. The property got sold into 4 parcels, and the sign's still there 10 years later. And it, like I say, a chainsaw take it down pretty quick. Is that Peter talking to me?
Yeah, I'll have a look at it.
Yeah.
See whose property
Does
it
the
is.
township own a chainsaw?
Have to know if it's on our property or MTO's, but we'll look into it.
No, I think it's on private property because that was part of the development. It was a promo for the Seasons of Muskoka, which became the Rosso. It changed names 2 or 3 times. And it's a billboard. I mean, the thing is 10 by 20. How can you miss it?
Slager owns that property.
Who?
Slager.
It was
Peter.
Field. It was Field for a while, and he sold off 4 lots or 3 lots, kept 1.
Okay, we'll look into it.
Yeah, it's just an
Anything
eyesore.
else?
It just does not look good in our township. Thank you.
Councillor Fellner.
Yeah, thanks. I was remiss when we were speaking about the trail system that I got confused with the addendum and I couldn't get it open. But I had Craig put in some pictures and a copy of the Seguin Trail Management Plan, more for information for all of the councilors. There's one, to Ann's point, there's one section of trail and Darrell's where we as a township may possibly own some of this trail. And that's the part north of the 400 highway. That's the part that we're advertising right now as an all-season recreational trail. And I think if you look at the pictures, you're gonna pretty well conclude that it's not. So,
it's pretty bad.
Yeah, and the other document, the Seguin Recreational Trail Plan document that was created way back when, really speaks to what the trail is supposed to be for. And when you look at the map, you can see that the majority of the Seguin Recreational Trail is in Seguin Township. So just food for thought. It's one of our most valuable assets in the township, and it's going to take some corrective action to put it back into shape. I haven't had any committee meetings. They're all coming up over the next couple of weeks, so that's all I got to report.
Councillor Collins.
Yes, I had a meeting with Darrell at the Perrystown Airport with Ingrid and Neil last week. And I've been dealing with my constituents on a day-to-day basis. And I have a DSAB meeting, the first one with our new CAO on Thursday, the 10th at 7 p.m. in Perrystown. That's it.
Thank you, Gail.
Can you hear me? Am I off?
Yep, I can hear you.
I haven't had any meetings, but I have had a lot of phone calls. I'm dealing with motorcycles in Rosso, with speeding cars in Rosso, with I'm working with Peter to try to resolve some of the issues with the traffic, but the motorcycles have become a bigger issue. We've dealt with it a few times. Peter and I have talked about it, and maybe we're going to ask MTO for some help, which they've already offered. We may accept it. Other than that, the short-term rental accommodations, I had a couple of calls when I was in Prince Edward Island, and there are concerns about it. So I directed them to make sure they put it in writing, make sure they got it to Steve. But I listened to their concerns on both sides. Concerns that they don't want to have rentals, concerns that they rent their cottage 2 weeks every year, and I tried to explain about the complaint base. It's all initiated by complaint, but and that there have been a lot of complaints this year. So I dealt with quite a few of those calls from people I hadn't expected to get those calls from Lake Rosso. So anyway, I did direct them to Steve and to make sure they put it in writing. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the short-term accommodation public consultation ended, I believe, today. And I was talking with Adam, who's charged with correlating all the complaints. There is no way we're going to keep everybody happy, but I think you'll be very interested in how Adam is kind of putting the comments into buckets. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but I think he said he had over 300 submissions, which means that there are people who care a lot in a lot of directions. So we'll be looking forward to that report. I guess a lot of my time has been with all of you on CAO interviews, several VNet status meetings. August 27th, we had a core working group of the broadband regional group, and there's a governance model being floated around for comments. I saw some comments this morning, but quite frankly, haven't had a chance to look at them, just because we were so busy today. And so meetings starting to come up, and people starting to have year-end meetings as well. But that's all I have to report.
Mayor, sorry.
Yep.
Just because I noticed the rumble strips on when we went to the arena today. Peter, what's the timeline for just to come back to Gail's comment about speeding and stuff, what is the timeline for the equipment that we were ordering on the speeding?
We have the equipment, and we're going to be getting the signs. We're going to be assembling them and getting them out on the street as soon as possible.
Okay, sorry, Mayor. Thank you.
No, that's great. And I'm assuming you're working with the OPP on how we collect the data and what we do with the data?
Not at this time. We're just going to basically probably going to go to Rosso first and just collect some data and get started, really. Once we have some data, then we can see how the system works, and we'll take it from there. But we will let the OPP know, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion that the council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the board and committee agendas and minutes and the correspondence as presented on the agenda and the addendum for the September 8th, 2020 meeting of council. Could I have a motion from Art Cole?
Also move.
And seconded by Rod Osborne.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. And that bylaw number 2020-089, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of meetings of council, is hereby deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and passed by council. Moved by Terry Fellner.
Moved.
Seconded by Councillor Collins.
Second that motion.
All in favor? Thank you. And before I read this one to adjourn the meeting, I want to say a very special thank you to Craig, our clerk. We added, I think, 5 council meetings this summer, which was supposed to be a nice, slow summer. And he has sat through all of them, he's organized them all, and he's made it run very, very well. So thank you, Craig. It wouldn't have happened without you.
Here,
So now
Craig.
I have a motion that the council of the corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council at 9:35 p.m. to meet again on Monday, September 21st, 2020, or at the call of the mayor. Could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Moffat.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Thank you. It's been a very long day. I love you all, but 12 hours with you